toxic 20-year-old game streamer accidentally reveals his nice personality because he forgot to end the stream. Volume 3, by Natsunomi, translated by Vampira, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue, a large-scale yet casual event where a total of 60 popular streamers from various communities gather. Ebb Festival. The total prize money was 1 million yen. On top of that, luxurious individual prizes such as overseas trips, premium brand beef, and gaming devices are also available. On the day after the official site and social media released details on the participants, team compositions, and PV promotional video, a certain streamer was streaming. Comment, congratulations on your first participation in the Ebb Festival. Comment, do your best. Comment, I saw the PV, you were at the end. Comment, you were unusually cool lol. While casually skimming through the flood of comments from viewers. Heh, the organizers really have an eye for talent, huh? After all, they chose someone like me to be in their event. As usual, there was Haruto, also known as Oni-chan, playing ABEX. Comment, as expected, this guy's totally full of himself. Comment, is it too late to cancel his participation? Comment, at least add a san when talking about the organizers lol. Comment, pretty sure someone already reported it Elmao. Ahem. Seeing the terrifying comments flood in, Oni-chan let out a forced cough, as if to cover up his nervous sweat. Still, he kept up his act, calmly looting supplies. Of course, he had already sent a proper thank you email to the organizers. The exchange had been smooth and polite. Even if someone did report him, they would probably understand it as just part of his streaming persona, but it wasn't exactly good for his heart. That was how much he wanted to participate in this tournament. Comment. At the very least, don't be a burden to your teammates. Comment, it's a major team, too, Axis Crown. Comment, otherwise, you're gonna get blacklisted real fast. Comment, just getting to team up with Rina and Aya is already enviable, so it's fair. The viewers kept sending unsettling comments, but had their tone changed a little compared to before? You guys sure know how to be nice sometimes. He understood it was because they were actually worried about him. Comment, Comment, glad to hear that. Comment, you've got some good viewers, you know. Comment, you were getting a ton of reactions from all kinds of fans too. Shut up. He got everything from teasing remarks to sympathetic comments. Furthermore, just as those comments suggested, this happened after the Ebb Festival organizers announced the teams. When he posted about his participation on Twitter, replies flooded in from Rina, Aya, and other streamers' viewers. Twitter post, please just don't do anything weird. Twitter post, I'm begging you, don't cause trouble. Twitter post, don't do anything unnecessary. Twitter post, do not interfere with others' stream. A toxic streamer is participating in a popular team-based event. It was only natural for people to say these things. Oni-chan himself understood that, so he neither took damage to his heart nor felt particularly discouraged. But if he acknowledged it outright, it would only provoke them further. Since this was an event, he decided to tread carefully this time, scanning the comment section for a topic to steer the conversation elsewhere. Is your goal to cause chaos rather than win? Are you stupid? Of course, I'm aiming to win. First place is 600,000 yen, you know. 600,000 yen. Although it was getting a bit personal, he said it to convey to the viewers that, while maintaining his character, he was serious about the event. But if you split it 3 ways, it's only 200,000 yen each. What? Don't be ridiculous. With 200,000 yen, you can cover a whole year's worth of electricity and water bills. Don't underestimate 200,000 yen, seriously. Comment, you really know your stuff lol. Comment, this proves that Oni-chan is the one handling the bills Elmao. Comment, respect for not making your Amato, little sister handle them. Comment, wait, it costs that much. I'm gonna go thank my parents. Yeah, you go do that. Oni-chan had lost both of his parents while he was still a student. His response wasn't something that fit with his usual streaming persona, but this was one comment he couldn't ignore. But where are all the enemies? I can't find anyone. At times like this, nothing conveniently happens to let him dodge the previous topic. He tried his best to ignore the inconvenient comments like so kind, and as expected, quickly picking up a different topic. If you could win an individual prize, which one would you want the most? Is it the MVP award with the free overseas trip? Well, considering it's given to the player who contributed the most to the team, I think that'd be the best. But my Amato doesn't have a passbo. No, I mean, yeah. I don't have a passport, so taking that into account, the most kills prize with the premium beef sounds good. Comment, 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 comment. Just after he finished speaking, a flood of dots appeared rapidly in the comments. Hey, cut it out. I didn't say anything about my Amato. It was a really troublesome vibe that the viewers had created all on their own. Anytime he dug himself a hole like this, that specific reaction would flood the chat. Well, I mean, scheduling an overseas trip is pretty difficult anyway. Comment, after thinking it through, the best choice is the meat, because it's the one your Amato would like. Comment, this way you'll get praised by your Amato. Comment, I can already picture her enjoying the meal. Comment, can't wait to see it. You guys are totally making up my feelings. How is your imagination this wild? Hey. For some reason, every comment was eerily on point. At that moment, while he was glued to the vertical monitor, watching the chat, a sharp sound rang out as his armor was shredded by gunfire. He quickly snapped his gaze back to the main monitor, only to see that his remaining health was already down to half. Panicking, he spun around and tried to line up a headshot on his opponent, but it was too late. His character collapsed, the screen went dark, and the words "Game Over" appeared. Just before the score screen switched over, the enemy was rapidly crouching up and down, the sight flashing on the screen. It was Oni-chan's signature taunt. Ha! You dare do that. Comment, he's the one getting teabagged now lol. Comment, isn't that a stream sniper Elmao? Comment, karma, plain and simple. Comment, unlucky man. The chat erupted at the sight of him getting a taste of his own medicine. Ignoring the flood of comments, Oni-chan moved his mouse at lightning speed and clicked the End Live Stream button without hesitation. Comment, he ended the stream HHHA. Comment, seriously, that's how it ends lol. Comment, pure gold. Comment, damn, what a way to end it. Haruto, showing such decisiveness, stared at the real-time comments still rolling in with an indescribable expression. A lingering guilt gnawed at him. He had ended the stream without even thanking his viewers. And alongside that guilt, there was also a sense of accomplishment in ending the stream in a way that made the viewers laugh. Anyways, I need to make sure I don't get distracted like that during Ebb Festival. Picking up the notepad on his desk, he pressed his pen down firmly and wrote, "No matter what comments appear, do not look at them when playing." Since this was an event everyone was building together, he couldn't afford to make a mistake that would bring down the mood. He had to be aware that this carried a different weight compared to his usual solo streams. All right then. Checking the time on his PC, it was 11:40 p.m. Normally, he would continue streaming past midnight, but this time, he wanted to prepare for the upcoming Ebb Festival by preparing a stockpile of pre-recorded videos to post. For that, he needed time for editing. Rubbing his slightly sleepy eyes, Haruto launched his editing software and picked up his now empty cup before stepping out of his gaming room. His feet carried him toward the living room, where the lights were on. The moment he grabbed the doorknob leading to the hallway and opened the door. Oni-chan, are you okay? Hi. What do you mean? His Amato, Yuno, dressed in her pajamas, was studying for her upcoming high school exam with the TV playing in the background. What do you mean? What do you mean? You were shouting, "You dare do that," just now. No, I don't recall saying anything like that. Zai. Pretending not to remember only led to a brief silence settling over the living room. That excuse is pretty weak, you know. Ahata. Don't ahaha me. Anyways, it's all fine now, so don't worry. Yuno's eyes narrowed, first a little then even more. In the end, she shot him a full-on unimpressed glare, and Haruto found himself receiving due punishment for his poorly attempted lie. Also, I'll be quiet now, so sorry. It's not like I was having trouble concentrating, so you don't need to apologize. And I told you to just text me if you want a drink, right? Yuno pulled out her chair and jumped to her feet. Haruto wondered what she was up to when she forcefully snatched the cup from his hand and, with big strides, headed toward the refrigerator. So, what do you want to drink, Oni-chan? Then orange juice, please. Orange juice, got it. Yuno grabbed a large bottle of juice with both hands, opened the cap, rinsed the cup, and then carefully poured the juice. During this time, "Hey you, You can keep studying, it's fine, you know. Haruto tried to convey the message. Pouring is something I can do too, but it didn't quite get through. This isn't about being considerate, it's just that it'd be a waste if you spill it. I won't spill it, I swear. You spill it 1 out of every 10 times. You can trust me enough to not spill it this time. Nope. If I were you, I would trust me. If I were you, I wouldn't trust myself. Ugh. As they continued their playful back and forth, Yuno finished pouring the juice. Haruto realized too late that she had been stalling, but it was already too late to do anything about it. Here you go. Ah, thanks. It might have looked like Haruto had completely lost his dignity as an older brother, but it was something that happened because they both cared for each other. As always, the two of them continued their close, harmonious life together. Chapter 1, Daily Life and Progress. Aya's Point of View. Hee, I bet you all were surprised about my team members. The day after Oni-chan's crazy stream, with over 450,000 subscribers on her Vtuber channel, Aya, also known as Yuki Aya, a first-year university student and a Vtuber affiliated with the professional gaming team Axis Crown, was already launching ABEX while responding to the flood of comments from her viewers. Oh, that Oni bastard had money signs in his eyes. Wait, why? With her sharp instincts for picking up engaging comments, Aya immediately caught onto the lively atmosphere of the chat and waited for her viewers to explain. Haha, I see. Trying to pay for a year's worth of electricity and water bills with the prize money? Huh. He got angry because his chat said that splitting it 3 ways would only give them 200,000 yen. Wait, so the way the prize money would be spent got exposed from that. Aya's fresh reaction made it clear this was news to her. And naturally, since there were viewers who were hearing this for the first time just like her, the comment section sped up. Comment, that's surprisingly domestic lol. Comment, no luxury spending wow. Comment, the way he's using the prize money is way too practical. Comment, that guy should just graduate from being a troll already lol. This is probably inconvenient for Oni-chan, so don't go spreading it around, okay. Comment, your voice is totally cracking up though. Comment, you're roasting him so naturally Elmao. Comment, this is definitely gonna trouble him lol. Comment, gonna tell Rina-san after the stream for sure. Thanks to the streaming mishap that brought Oni-chan even more attention, a lot of things had been unintentionally revealed to the audience. That his toxic persona was just for show. That he was actually a young man with an Amauto who seemed to be a high school student. And that, for some reason, the two of them were living together. He was working hard to save money so that his Amauto could go to university. In fact, since it was impossible to deny these facts, there was no gap in understanding between Aya, who knew Oni-chan's real self, and the viewers. For now, all right. If Oni-chan is in that situation, then I have to aim even harder to win too. To entertain, make the viewers happy, and give back to them, but also to make Oni-chan's life a little easier. With those thoughts in her voice, Aya began practicing her aim, focusing on target practice, imagining combat situations. Unlike real matches, she didn't have to think about positioning, so she could focus more on checking the comments and keeping the conversation going. What's your plan for team composition at the EB Festival? Well, actually, I'm super torn on that. Oni-chan and I both specialize in fight characters, and Rina-san is a support specialist. So if we keep things as they are, the team will end up being an aggressive composition, but as she trailed off, the comment section picked up on what Aya was vaguely feeling. Comment, considering the tournament format, it might be tough. Comment, other parties will probably go for balanced comps, right? Comment, I think you guys have the potential to fight with raw skill though. Comment, it sucks that Aya and Oni-chan's characters overlap lol. Everyone had their own opinions. Even so, it was only natural that many viewers saw winning as tough. Unlike regular ranked matches, every team in the tournament would be using voice chat to exchange information, coordinate, and adjust their strategies on the spot to aim for higher placements. Pulling off the ideal move of downing one opponent to gain a numbers advantage would be harder than usual. Everyone, I haven't told anyone about this yet, but since it's a special occasion, I thought it might be fun if Rina-san, Oni-chan, and I did a collab stream to decide on the team comp together. What do you all think? Comment, no way. Comment, I'd totally watch that. Comment, I'm really curious to see how Rina-san and Oni-chan will interact lol. Comment, please, do your best to make it happen. The viewers were all for it. Thank you, then, I'll check with them right after the stream ends. Comment, after the stream ends. Comment, not right now. Comment, you don't have to worry about us lol. Comment, just send the message already. Really? Then sorry, everyone. Excuse me for just a moment. Aya always aimed to keep her streams engaging, but if the viewers encouraged her, she had no reason to hold back. Since a collaboration stream would require aligning everyone's schedules, contacting them as soon as possible would help avoid any inconvenience. Just as she picked up her phone from the desk and launched Diacord, she caught sight of the sudden acceleration of the comment section. Lifting her head, she immediately realized why. Rina-san just sent a comment? Rina-san, you're watching the stream right now. Fixating on the screen, Aya stared at the flowing comments for several seconds, making sure not to miss anything. A blue name user, indicating an official Vtuber creator, appeared. Rina, Yahoo, I'm also on board with Aka's idea. Besides, that way we'll be able to interact more. I'll start chasing you-know-who on Twitter to make sure they join. Haha, then let's leave Oni-chan to Rina-san, shall we? Comment, as expected of Rina-sama. Comment, so reliable lol. Comment, please drag him in. Comment, even that guy can't resist Rina-san lol. Just as Aya was looking at the increasingly lively comment section, a notification sound from Diacord rang out. Almost instinctively, Aya shifted her gaze to her phone's screen, where a real-time message from Rina had just arrived. Diacord DM, I'll take care of that matter. I'll contact you right away if there's any progress. In the meantime, keep up the good work with your stream, Aki. Sorry for barging in. Along with the message, there was a sticker of a character bowing repeatedly in apology. Aya couldn't help but smile at Rina's thoughtfulness. Shaking her head slightly, she quickly sent a reply, "It's totally fine." Then, gripping her gaming mouse, she returned to the stream. All right. I'll update everyone about the collab once I get more info, so stay tuned. And in just a bit, I'll be diving into ranked matches too. Her time holding her phone was over. Fueled by Rina's encouragement and determined to bring fun to her viewers, Aya continued to give it her all today. Section: Haruto's Point of View. 2 days later, on a weekday morning. At the front door. Did you forget anything? Do you have your wallet with you? Oni-chan, I'm not like you. Do you really have to say that right now? As he saw off Yuno in her school uniform, Haruto found himself taking an unexpected hit. But it was just yesterday when you forgot your wallet. I mean, how do you forget it when you're going to the convenience store? I was just really focused on wanting to eat some gummies. That makes no sense at all. Yuno understood his reasoning. I ran out of my essential editing snack, so I had no choice but to go buy some. But forgetting the very thing needed to make the purchase was beyond her comprehension. Anyways, I had a hard time back then, which is why I'm reminding you now. Then do you want to see? My wallet's right here. Awesome. Seeing her confidence, there was probably no need to check. Logically, Haruto knew that. But there was always that what if? Caught in this internal struggle, he unconsciously furrowed his brows, his expression turning apologetic as he spoke. Sorry, just to be sure, is it okay if I check? Yeah, go ahead. To most people, Haruto's excessive worrying would be seen as overbearing. But Yuno never felt that way. Now, it was just the two of them left in their family. She understood his feelings all too well. Opening her school bag, she pulled out the folded wallet Haruto had given her as a birthday present and held it up for him to see. I know it's a little late to say this, but I always stop by the supermarket after school, so there's no way I'd forget it. Do you have enough money, if you need some allowance? I don't need it. What's the point of me working part-time if I take money from you? Yuno cut him off because she already knew what Haruto was about to say. This was something she wasn't willing to compromise on. But if it comes to taking money from you, I'd just add another shift. Is that so? Obviously. While Haruto covered the bigger expenses like tuition and living costs, when it came to personal spending money, that was a different story. Anyways, Oni-chan, are you sure you don't need me to make dinner for you today? Yeah, there are no changes to the plan, and I'm still meeting up with my colleagues at the izakaya, casual Japanese bar or pub, so it's all good. Thanks as always. You don't need to thank me. Don't say that. As Yuno pouted in dissatisfaction, Haruto mirrored her expression, standing his ground. Because it's natural for me to cook. And it's natural for me to thank you. Enough. I'm gonna kick you. Sorry. Seriously. As Yuno slipped off her loafers and stepped back into the entryway, Haruto quickly apologized. It was the natural consequence of mimicking her too much, but this kind of exchange was just part of their way of communicating. Watching her put her loafers back on, Haruto narrowed his eyes slightly. I'll be home late tonight, so make sure to lock up properly, okay? I will, so Oni-chan, just go and have fun. You don't need to worry about me. Got it, I'll be back before midnight. Hey, were you even listening to what I just said? Haruto, with a blank expression, seemed completely oblivious to Yuno's raised eyebrows and skeptical look. If you were actually listening, you wouldn't have said, I'll be back before midnight. I literally told you not to worry about me. This is just something I want to do. It's not because I'm worrying about you. You can phrase it however you want, but that's still the same thing. Yuno's retort carried a justified sense of dissatisfaction. This time, you're going to the izakaya to discuss work, right? If you set a return time beforehand, you won't have any flexibility when it actually matters. And that's fine, because the most important thing to me isn't work. She couldn't argue with that. Yuno was right. If the discussion didn't go well, having the flexibility to stay longer would be necessary. Without it, he might leave a bad impression. But tonight's meetup at the izakaya after work wasn't just any business discussion. It was with his teammates for the EB Festival, Aya and Rina. The meetup was both to plan the collab stream and to strengthen their bond, making it easier for the three of them to stream together. Even so, Aya and Rina were understanding people who respected others' circumstances. Even as a joke, you'd get scolded if other people found out about what you just said. Haha, true. It's not something to laugh about. Saying something like that could rub both their viewers and streamers the wrong way. Haruto knew it wasn't something he should be saying out to others, which was exactly why he only said it to the person he wanted to protect the most. That aforementioned person, Yuno, idly touched the black hair tied in her ponytail and deliberately averted her gaze. Well, if that's what Oni-chan wants to do, then go ahead. It seems like anything I say won't make a difference anyway. Then I will. Yuno took note that Haruto would be back by midnight. It wasn't that she was upset about that fact. By the way, Oni-chan, this is off topic, but do you still remember what we talked about regarding Suzuha-chan, you, and me going shopping for clothes together? Of course, I remember. I was the one who suggested it. Then that's good. It was something they had talked about a little while ago, but the memory was still fresh. Oh, and Oni-chan, on a separate note, let's go clothes shopping together next time. Yuno had casually brought it up once. It's just that you might have more chances to go out from now on, right? Since you can wear them to work too, it wouldn't hurt to have a few more sets of clothes. Got it, while we're at it, let's pick up some clothes for you as well. If it's okay, Suzuha-chan can join us too. And he had responded in such a way. And later, Suzuha, Yuno's best friend, agreed to the outing without any issues. Then, should we settle on either this Saturday or next Saturday? Yeah, that works. I just have an important stream next Saturday that I can't miss, but aside from that, I'm good. Got it, I'll check with Suzuha-chan about our schedules today and let you know. Thanks. I appreciate it. If someone asked why the day was fixed, it was simply because Haruto only had Saturdays off from his part-time job. If they wanted to spend a long time together, this was the only day that worked. Anyway, it's already this late. There aren't many siblings who stand around talking this long just for a send-off. If anyone found out, they'd definitely think we're weird. You're looking at me like you want to say, this is all your fault, aren't you? The whole wallet thing was totally unnecessary. I'm not a kid anymore. Haha, well, at least you managed to make your brother feel at ease. Haruto understood what Yuno was trying to say, but he was genuinely grateful that she let him check. Now he could see her off with peace of mind. All right, do your best at school today. Stay safe on your way there and back. Got it, I'm off. Take care. Yuno waved somewhat bashfully as she spoke, and Haruto waved back, watching her until she disappeared from sight. All right, I'll have to do my best too. With that, he pumped himself up in the now empty entryway and headed toward his gaming room. Between video editing and practicing for the EB Festival, there was plenty to do, but Haruto found himself enjoying the busy days. After his shift at the book cafe started at noon, it was now 9:45 p.m. Thank you very much, please come again. There were less than 15 minutes left until the end of his shift. Haruto sent off another customer with his usual bright smile, only to flinch at the sight in front of him. Outside the store. Beyond the glass, two figures were staring right at him. One of the figures was a blonde woman with a stylish figure, wearing glasses with sakura-colored lenses. The other was a brown-haired woman who seemed to be wearing a large pair of glasses that probably belonged to the blonde, as the frames didn't quite suit her. It's Rina-san and Aya-san. Even though they were disguised, Haruto could immediately tell who they were. However, today's meeting spot was the izakaya that Rina had reserved. Just as he was confused by the unexpected situation, the two waved at him once all the customers had left. He gestured for them to come in, but then Aya made a gesture. She mimed drinking something with both hands, then quickly crossed her arms into a big X and nodded. She was probably trying to signal, "We don't plan to buy drinks, so we shouldn't come in." Haha. Haruto's honest thought was that it wasn't something to worry too much about, but considering the store, that might indeed be the most sensible course of action. Haruto nodded to signal that he understood, then extended his hand in a peace gesture, indicating for them to wait a little longer. Haruto-chan. Why yes. The voice calling his name in that way belonged to only one person among his acquaintances. It was the manager, who had come up behind him. I'm sorry to surprise you, but you can leave early today. There are only a few customers left, so I'll adjust your clock-out time to match the regular end of your shift. No, that's really. Haruto wasn't sure why he was being told this, but he truly felt guilty for being pampered in this way. He had been working at this shop since high school and had received so much care from the manager. He felt a deep sense of gratitude and wanted to repay that kindness with sincerity. Don't worry, you don't have to hold back. You've got plans with those two over there today, right? That's true, but this is just a little something to thank you for all the hard work you've been putting in. It's not much, but still. Haruto felt a hand gently pat his shoulder, and the manager gave him a warm smile. It felt like the manager was considering the circumstances of his family life, where he never had the chance to relax or play around when he was younger. With such kindness, Haruto found it impossible to refuse. Thank you so much, manager. I'll do my best to be even more helpful in the future. I'm counting on you. Yes. Well then, I'll be on my way. With a deep bow, Haruto returned to the staff room, filled with happiness, and pulled out a memo and pen from his pocket. Haruto wrote a quick note saying, "Thank you so much," and placed it on the desk where the manager usually worked before rushing to change his clothes. He didn't want to waste a single second of the time the manager had so thoughtfully given him. After exchanging one last greeting, Haruto hurried out of the store and immediately ran over to the two waiting for him. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's totally fine. More importantly, thanks for your hard work. Good work, Haruto-kun. Thank you very much. After the exchange with the manager, Haruto's face clearly showed how grateful he was for their kind words. Then he finally brought up something that had been on his mind. So, about that, did something happen? I thought we were meeting directly at the izakaya today. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to worry you. Nothing like that happened. We just decided it would be better to meet together first before heading off. To explain, it was because, this way, Haruto-kun will be happier. Or at least that's what Ayaki insisted on. Arina-san. We agreed not to bring that up. Suddenly, Aya raised her voice. It was obvious that she was flustered. That's so like Aya-san. The reason she had emphasized her point so much was likely because she knew about Haruto's family situation. She probably guessed that he didn't have many opportunities to go out for meals with friends and wanted to make this experience as enjoyable as possible for him, not wanting it to be obvious that she had planned it. I did say that. I'll definitely let him know. I thought you were being sarcastic. Haha. Misunderstandings like this were unavoidable. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, Aya, with her hand on the frame of her sunglasses, was doing everything she could to avoid showing her face. I could feel her strong determination. I'm honestly happy. About Aya-san's words, and that Rina-san went along with it. I'm glad that the three of us are heading to the restaurant together. And Rina also knew about Haruto's family situation. She must have had her own thoughts, but decided to go along with Aya's plan. Well, everything worked out in the end, right, Ayaki? Ew. As Rina patted Aya on the back, it was clear that Aya was trying her best to switch gears and get over the embarrassment. Since they regularly do collab streams, it was natural for them to have such a good bond, and their closeness was truly apparent. Well, speaking of which, the reservation time is approaching, so we should head over soon. I'll lead the way. Sorry and thank you. Rina-san will lead, and I'll walk next to Haruto-kun. Huh, can't we walk in threes? That's your punishment for telling Haruto-kun. If you're going to be that mean, then I'll sit next to him at the izakaya. Wah. As they began walking, Rina, her beautiful blonde hair swaying, glanced back with a mischievous smile that was clearly up to no good. Haruto-san, is it bad if I sit next to you? Not at all, it's fine. Then I'm happy. Rina slightly lowered her colored glasses, smiling at Haruto with a playful gaze. She likely wasn't aware of it herself, but her expression had a certain charm to it, a hint of calculated flirtation. Yeah, it's completely different seeing it in person compared to through the screen. If this had happened when it was just the two of them, he might have started to see her differently, not as a streaming partner, but as someone of the opposite sex. Just as that thought crossed his mind. Stop right there. Aya stretched out her right hand, desperately trying to stop Rina. What's wrong, Ayaki? I'll apologize for what I said earlier, but Anand. Well, so, like Rina-san, I want to sit next to Haruto-kun too. She grabbed the hem of her clothes, and after briefly meeting Haruto's gaze, Aya turned toward Rina. You really say cute things, don't you, Ayaki? I mean, it's the social gathering, right? As a result of their conversation, they decided that they'd take turns switching seats at a set time. Also, there was one more thing. Haruto noticed that Aya's face was turning red through the gap in her sunglasses. At that moment, a memory resurfaced. It's not like I like Haruto-san or anything, okay? Just as I mentioned before, I'm just interested in you. Understand? The words she hastily said in her flustered state came flooding back to him. Section. They entered a beautiful building and took the elevator up to the 6th floor. After entering the izakaya, which was illuminated by indirect lighting and had the store name floating in a 3D design, they sat down. Wow, this place is amazing. It's my first time at an izakaya like this. I'm glad you think so. This is one of my favorite spots. The space was fully private, separated by shoji screens. Springing his feet into the dugout kotatsu, Haruto looked around at the traditional Japanese atmosphere, still in awe. You're reacting just like I did the first time I came here, Haruto-kun. So you're not a first-timer here, Aya-san? Nope, Rina-san has taken me to all kinds of places. Well, I kind of forced Aki to come with me to some of them. Sitting across from Haruto, Rina narrowed her eyes and flashed a white smile. At first glance, it was hard to tell whether she was joking or serious, but there were plenty of signs to consider. Considering it's Rina-san, I understand that you're exaggerating the forced part. Everyone would probably say the same thing. I feel embarrassed when you say it so seriously. Sorry about that. Seeing Rina scratching her cheek with her nail-painted finger, and Aya, sitting next to her and quietly smiling after taking off her sunglasses, Haruto could tell he had hit the mark. When it came down to it, he couldn't imagine Rina forcefully dragging someone out without considering their circumstances. He knew her persona from her streams, but the most telling moment had been when she didn't hesitate to fix Yuno's bike, even when her hands got dirty. Haruto-kun, you have a bit of a sly side, right, Rina-san? I get that too. The gap between someone who does those kinds of streams and this, it's seriously unfair. You're going to bring that up now. It was unavoidable, but the fact that his streaming persona had been brought up was embarrassing. When we collab, we absolutely have to push things this way, Ayaki. The viewers would probably want to see it too. Anand. In that case, please be gentle. Haruto feels a bit overwhelmed, but he doesn't reject the idea because he senses there is a demand for it. The kind of interactions that can only happen during a collab stream are factors that contribute to the entertainment. Sorry, I got so caught up in the conversation, I didn't give you the menu. Here you go, Haruto-san. Take a look with Ayaki. Thanks. Haruto takes the menu with both hands, leans a little closer to Aya and opens it. The moment he does, Haruto's eyes widen, and a muffled voice escapes him. Almost everything on the menu is priced in the 4-digit range, with some daringly high prices. Hee, Haruto-kun, you're reacting just like I did. I thought this place would have a decent price from the atmosphere, but I've never seen prices like this before. But don't worry, the portions are about 2 servings each, so it's okay. I see. Haruto, still with a tense expression since he hadn't seen the actual dishes yet, felt a little reassured. By the way, today's on me, so Haruto-san, feel free to order whatever you like and eat as much as you want. No, I can't let you do that. If it were a small price, he might have let it slide, but seeing these prices, he couldn't accept it. Let me be a cool senpai here, right, Ayaki? Let's repay this favor by aiming for first place. Yeah. Or so she says, Haruto-san. Haha, so that's how it is, huh? Rina smirked, the corners of her mouth lifting. It was clear what kind of response she was expecting. In fact, she must have anticipated that Haruto would try to refuse from the very beginning. All right. In that case, I'll aim for victory as well, so I'll let myself indulge this time. Thanks for this. Rina said this so confidently that it was truly impressive. Oh, and by the way, the earlier exchange was all prearranged with Yaki. Wah! Rina stuck out her pink tongue playfully, while Aya's eyes nearly popped out of her head in shock. Rina-san, you can't say that. Well, it was Ayaka's idea in the first place. My idea? Yep, Haruto-san, you already noticed, right? Honestly, yeah. There were several obvious signs. When Aya had said, let's repay this favor by aiming for first place. Yeah, she had been awkward. And after that, she had avoided making eye contact, turning her face away. She must have tried to hide the discomfort, but once she stopped looking at the menu, it was clear what was going on. This is what makes Aki so charming, isn't it? I think so too. You two are oddly in sync. You don't have to bring up stuff like that so seriously, you know. Come on, don't say that. In this kind of situation, it was probably more embarrassing for Aya to be complimented rather than teased. With a weak voice, Aya leaned forward again and started peering at the menu, trying to act casual. Haruto watched her, noticing how poorly she lied and how desperately she was trying to cover it up. The embarrassment was clear on her face and in her posture. It was at that moment. By the way, you two are really impressive. The two of them responded in unison, their voices overlapping. This is about what we were talking about earlier, when you both first looked at the menu. Even though you're both making a lot of money at the ages of 18 and 20, your sense of money is so well balanced. See, when I started gaining traction with my streams around the age of 20, I was reckless with money, and I wasn't saving at all. Rina laughed bitterly as she recalled that time, her expression filled with a sense of regret, as if to say, I really wasted so much. Rina-san says that, but I mostly get my meals through Uber Eats, so I'm actually living pretty luxuriously, you know. I even buy dessert sometimes. I've also been buying things like pudding more frequently, and I've started using convenience stores more than before, so I'm definitely indulging as well. No, what's impressive is that you're both maintaining a standard of living where you can still save money. The luxuries you're talking about are actually necessary things, and when you're young, you just want to buy everything. Rina, having experienced failure in the past, especially felt this way. And there was one heartwarming thing from their conversation. By the way, Haruto-san, you're way more modest than I thought. Really? Yeah, your indulgence is so cute, and I bet you buy pudding for Yuno-chan too. None. I don't think there's any other person in the industry who's living more modestly than you, Haruto-kun. Well, my income in this industry is still not that high compared to others. It was a world where there was always someone above you. In reality, the person sitting right in front of Haruto was Rina, a streamer with over 700,000 subscribers. Next to her was Aya, a Vtuber with over 450,000 subscribers. Meanwhile, Haruto had 250,000 subscribers. Simple math showed that, in terms of income, there was a difference of 2 to 3 times between them. By the way, Haruto-san, I know it's a bit of a bothersome question, but do you think you'll be able to get enough for Yuno-chan's university fees? If it's difficult, don't hesitate to ask me for help, okay? You can ask me too. Thank you so much. Normally, one would respond with a joke and refuse politely. But despite knowing that in the back of his mind, Haruto was overwhelmed with gratitude for what they'd said. It left him unable to do anything but feel deeply thankful. His eyes began to water, but he held it back. That said, my Yamato still has about a year and a half until graduation. And if things continue like this, I think I'll be able to save up enough for her entire 4 years of higher education. Wow, Haruto-kun. That's amazing. You're doing great. It's nice to hear such reactions, haha. Some might think, well, that's to be expected if you're acting like a guardian. But conversations about family situations or savings aren't things one can have just anywhere. Since this was the first time he was being praised for it, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Just make sure you don't overdo it. I'm sure you understand this the most, Haruto-kun, but Yuno-chan would worry if she knew. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Lately, he had been forgetting to bring his wallet to the convenience store and worrying people outside of work. So her words really hit home. I really envy you, Rina-san. Not only did you get to meet your little sister, but I heard you even went into Haruto-kun's house. Well, it was a series of coincidences. You know, what kind of coincidences? If I were in Aka's shoes, I'd probably be saying the exact same thing. From this exchange, Haruto realized that Rina hadn't told anyone about how she met Yuno. It was typical of Rina not to mention that she had helped by fixing Yuno's bicycle chain. She never boasted about doing good deeds. On that note, I have to say, Yuno-chan is seriously such a great girl. She's kind, considerate, and so mature for a high schooler. And she's good at cooking right. To be honest, she was as good as I was when I was attending cooking classes. As good as Rina-san. She had great organization skills, could cook by eye without measuring, knew a wide variety of recipes, and even thought about the nutritional balance. I was really impressed. Really? Haruto, who was only listening to the conversation, felt a deep sense of pride. To hear his family being praised was an incredibly joyous moment for him. Wrapped in a moment of happiness, he couldn't help but smile, but it didn't last long. She probably studied a lot to keep her Oni-chan healthy, just like how someone else started a whole persona that didn't fit them just to grab attention, right? The unexpected and unwanted remark hit a sore spot. Right. Aya-san, do you want to see a picture of my Yamato? Is it okay? Why, yeah, of course. In fact, please take a look. Trying to change the subject, Haruto hastily took out his phone from his pocket, all while ignoring Rina's smirk. Yu doesn't let me take many pictures, so this is from her birthday last year. As he spoke, he entered his password and opened the favorites album, quickly displaying the photo. This is my Yamato, her name's Yuno. He placed his phone on the table, showing a picture of Yuno, who was shyly flashing a peace sign in front of a cake with 16 candles. This reaction came immediately. This is your Yamato-san. She's super cute. And she's domestic too, so there's no way guys would ignore her, right? Well, as a brother, it's a bit strange to say, but she's really my pride and joy. So, it's weird that I've never heard of her being involved with anyone that way. That's probably because of you, Haruto-kun. Me? Yeah, I'm sure she sees all your good points and hasn't found a man as great as you around her. No way. I don't think so at all. It wasn't a way to hide his embarrassment. He was speaking honestly. The kitchen was always off limits for him because he was too dangerous and might start a fire. To be more specific, it was because he was likely to injure himself with a knife. When he forgot to contact her, he'd sometimes get spanked with a shoe. He always showed such unreliable sides of himself, so he couldn't believe it, but Aya's opinion was another matter. No. It's easy to get influenced by the people around you when you're in high school. For example, my dad was really kind, so I ended up liking people who were kind just like him. I see. You're really trying to flirt, aren't you, Aki? But isn't that kind of thing more effective when you're alone with them? That is not what I meant at all. Before she could finish her words, their eyes met. In an instant, Aya's face turned red, and she lowered her head, sliding the menu across the table like she was wiping the floor towards him. He felt that she was implying to just look at it by yourself for now, and he was right about that. With a speed that seemed to create wind, Aya quickly turned her neck and shot a glance at Rina, trembling as she let out a voice. Because Rina-san said something weird, it turned into a really awkward atmosphere. Sorry. I didn't think you'd take it so seriously. Of course it's gonna be like this if you suddenly say something like that. Hee, that might be true. Might be true, no, that's exactly what happened. The two of them, 4 years apart in age. A relationship where one teases and the other gets teased, Rina teasing and being teased. With their voices serving as background music, Haruto happily picked out dishes from the menu. How many minutes had passed since then? As the dishes they ordered arrived one by one, Haruto was savoring his food, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Now that the atmosphere has calmed down, let's move on to today's main topic: the schedule and flow for our collaboration. Looking forward to it. It's fine to talk while eating, right? Of course, let's talk while eating. Actually, I was planning to do just that. Rina grinned and started transferring the fried chicken to a small plate. Seeing her actions match her words, Aya and Haruto also laughed and began preparing to eat. All right, first, about the collab schedule. I'm thinking we should do it sometime this week. Next weekend is the start of the event, after all. I don't have anything planned for this week, so I can match whatever works for you too. How about you, Haruto-san? I'm really sorry. I have plans this Saturday. It was during his evening part-time break. He had received an email from Yuno and replied. Suzuha-chan is also free this Saturday, so let's go out that day. Just choosing clothes won't take long, so I'll add some other plans as well. Also, if your streaming schedule doesn't interfere, I'd like to have Suzuka-chan stay over. In response to this, Haruto had replied, got it. If her parents are okay with it, I'm fine with her staying over. Since he'd made this promise, he couldn't change those plans. Arara, if it's not Saturday, I think Haruto-san will have work scheduled for all the other days. Is that still okay? I usually stream after my part-time job, so there's no problem on that front. It's just that, because of the shifts, it'll have to be after 10 p.m. If it were just a regular personal stream, it wouldn't be an issue. But for a collaboration stream, that timing was too late. Haruto apologized sincerely, but there wasn't a hint of displeasure on their faces. Don't worry about that at all. If we can still do the collab, there's no problem. Yeah, just like Aki said. I really appreciate it. Though he didn't usually speak so formally, the words slipped out naturally. He felt deeply grateful for their understanding. Then, how about this Thursday? Friday works too, but I was thinking Saturday might be tricky due to your plans, Haruto-san. Thank you so much for being so considerate. If it's Thursday, I don't have any plans, so that works for me. Great. Then let's meet between 10:20 to 10:30 p.m. on Thursday, and we'll start by discussing the character lineups. I think that way, we can build some synergy with the viewers. Okay. Can't wait for it. All right, once we've decided on the setup, we'll do 1 or 2 practice ranked matches and wrap it up. And each of us will make an announcement about the collab once. Got it. I'll put together the schedule and share it with both of you later. Thanks. As expected from these two, who had handled countless collaboration streams and projects before, everything fell into place smoothly, without hesitation, almost too effortlessly. Amidst all this, Haruto had one thing he needed to ask. I'd really appreciate it if you could answer this, but regarding the event, how much of my trash talk should I use? I really don't want to cause any trouble for you too. The two were from Axis Crown, a major professional team, and were also colleagues. And on top of that, they had been so kind to someone like him. He couldn't let them clean up after his mess. I've thought about that too, but in the end, I think it's best to leave it to your sense, Haruto-san. Is that really okay? Well, because Ayaki hasn't had any issues streaming with you, and you two have had some really well-received collabs. And the more restrictions you put, the less Oni-chan-ness you'll have, right? It was an important topic, but Rina casually took a bite of her tamagaki, Japanese rolled omelette, as if she wasn't worried at all. Aya also just nodded in agreement. To be honest, on the day of the event, I think it would be fun for both me and Ayaki to join in on your persona, so we might just do that depending on the mood. Oh, I was thinking the same thing. Are you serious? In other words, just like Haruto, they were planning to tease the other streamers. Pretty serious. Since both Ayaki and I know all the participants, we can pretty much do whatever we want and they'll get the vibe right. We can always apologize behind the scenes. I see. If that's the case, then depending on the viewers' reactions, it might be worth going for it. It might be an easy way to stir up some excitement. If I could make one request of you, Haruto-san, it would be for you to be a little more aggressive in the conversation. If you do that, I'll make sure to match your energy and respond in kind. I understand. If that's the case, I'll do my best. Haruto had prepared himself for a tough request, but it was simply about keeping the usual style of his streams, which made him feel relieved. With that, the conversation started to settle into a clear direction. Hee, I'm really looking forward to the collab next weekend. Same here, it's my first collab with Haruto-san. I'm really glad we got to meet in person today. Without this opportunity, I think I would have been really nervous on the actual day. Hearing that makes me feel like reserving this restaurant was totally worth it. I had a great time, thank you. You're welcome. The more they built their relationship, the more the tension eased whenever they interacted. It would become easier to collaborate. This time truly felt irreplaceable. Hey, Ayaki. Well, could you switch seats with me soon? It looks like the time we had set has already passed. Really? We've only been sitting for about 30 minutes, so it feels like there's still a little bit more time left. Haruto-san, what do you think of this? She took 10 extra minutes just to keep the seat next to you all for herself. And then she's gonna say, thank you for the extra time, right after. It's just a joke, you know. With the new facts being revealed one after another, Aya hurriedly picked up her plate and stood up. It looked like she was ready to give up her seat, showing how light-footed she was. However, Rina had seen through everything. Go ahead and spill about Aya's possessiveness on the stream, Haruto-san. I'll make a special exception and allow it. What? Well then, how about the alternative where she tried to buy every stuffed animal she liked? That could get some good reactions, don't you think? Or how about the time she ate all the fried chicken we ordered together at the izakaya? Haha, that's interesting. And she also tried to make sure I only smelled the good food, but didn't let me have any. Haha, it's not funny at all. Haruto, now understanding why Rina liked to tease Aya so much, helped with moving napkins and glasses to assist with the seat change. The space was filled with laughter, thanks to the bright energy of the two. In the midst of the fun, Haruto was able to forget the exhaustion from his part-time job, enjoying the rare chance to dine out with them. Interlude 1. Haruto returned home from the lively time he had spent at the izakaya. To be more precise, after he had handed a pudding he bought at the convenience store to Yuno, who was still awake. Yo. Let's get this show started. Comment, this is a new level of late. Comment, seriously, are you planning to stream at this time? Comment, I thought there wouldn't be a stream today. Comment, nobody's gonna come at this time lol. Starting his stream after midnight, Oni-chan nodded along with the comments that stated the obvious. By the way, did you guys see the announcement I made earlier? The one about the collab stream this Thursday, starting at 10:30 p.m. Comment, I saw it, but next time, you might want to consider the time when making announcements. Comment, what an awkward timing. Comment, not many people are gonna see something getting posted in the middle of the night lol. Comment, reminds me of my dad. Oni-chan had been looking for a comment like, looking forward to it, but not a single one showed up. Most of the comments were either along the lines of why at this time, or just people laughing, but there was actually a solid reason behind it. You guys really don't get it. If I post the announcement after those two, mine's just gonna get buried. I actually put some thought into this. The number of fans is directly reflected in the number of shares and likes a post gets. It's only natural to want the post to look as good as possible and reach as many eyes as it can. Comment, yeah, but still, not in the middle of the night. Comment, I doubt the announcements would overlap if it were in the morning. Comment, like during commute hours or something. Comment, big agencies usually make announcements during peak hours, right? I see. Oni-chan had chosen a time where announcements definitely wouldn't overlap with anyone else. But after seeing the flood of comments, he was forced to reconsider. If the goal was to avoid overlapping with others, posting in the morning would probably give his announcement a better chance of being seen. Then, maybe I should just delete it for now. I feel bad for the people who reacted to it, though. He picked up the phone resting on his desk, deleted the earlier post, and turned his gaze to the submonitor. Comment, 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 no, don't do that. Comment, 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 seriously. Comment, he actually deleted it. Comment, as a. He noticed the sudden rush of comments flooding in. Huh, what? Is deleting it bad? Comment, you could have just retweeted it again in the morning. Comment, it had already hit 1,000 likes in just a few dozen minutes. Comment, does your announcement have a one-time limit or something lol? Comment, why is he so hopelessly awkward? He realized now that he had made a mistake. I see, fine, whatever. I'm not gonna believe anything you guys say anymore. Comment, we're not trying to mislead you lol. Comment, don't try to shift the blame to us. Comment, you were so excited about the announcement, and now it's kind of sad. Comment, at this point, just make the announcement in the morning and pretend like nothing happened. Naturally, the deleted post couldn't be restored. Oni-chan, genuinely feeling down, chose to enter a ranked match just to distract himself, without even warming up at the shooting range. What awaited him was the inevitable, boring waiting time for matchmaking. Leaning back against the chair and turning his head toward the comment section, his eyes caught a message that shifted the topic. Let's see. So apparently Rina-san said she was gonna pressure you into doing a collab before Ebb Festival, and you gave in that easily, is that right? What the hell are you talking about? Like that'll ever happen. I told her the opposite, if you want a collab I might consider letting you. That's how it went down, and now here we are. He had actually received a direct request from Rina to be a little more aggressive in the conversation for their collab. By laying down this kind of groundwork, it would make their provocative dynamic more natural when they start streaming. And at the same time, he could preserve his pride. A win-win for both parties. Comment. Don't start a fight before the collab even begins lol. Comment, that's a bit much, isn't it? Comment, he's definitely gonna regret this later Elmao. Comment, bruh, do you even realize how big the gap in subscribers is? No, I'm being totally serious. Even as he said that, he didn't actually expect anyone to believe him. It was all just a setup to add a bit more excitement to the collab stream. Then just ask her during her stream. She'll give you the same response. Comment, and what if you're lying? Comment, lie equals show your face. Comment, lie equals face reveal. Comment, lie Imauto-san appearance. What was supposed to be a simple, then I'll go ask her, kind of exchange quickly turned into viewers trying to make him pay a price. He hadn't expected things to turn out like this, and he had no idea how Rina would actually respond. Well, yeah. I just think, like, punishments and stuff like that aren't really necessary for this kind of small thing, you know. That's how I see it, yeah. Comment, you suddenly started talking really fast. Comment, you're panicking way too hard lol. Comment, no way you talk big to someone as well-connected as Rina-san. You'll socially die. Comment, it'd be one thing if she were a jerk, but she's a good person. Ahem. Getting roasted by the viewers left him at a loss for words. Oh, finally a match. They really kept me waiting. That was pretty rough. The game's matchmaking screen advanced, as if reaching out to rescue him from the awkward situation. However, his viewers weren't going to let go of what happened so easily. Comment. Anyway, let's just do a poll. Was it a lie or not? Comment, I'm in. Comment, there's no way it doesn't hit over 90% lie lol. Comment, poll. Ignoring inconvenient comments was the only option. As a result, Oni-chan found himself bombarded with repeated questions from many viewers, turning the stream into an exhausting experience. And so, Oni-chan, whose body had just been soothed at the izakaya, found himself immediately whipped back into chaos. Chapter 2, An Unusual Collaboration and Lunchtime. Affiliated with Axis Crown, with over 700,000 channel subscribers, Rina. Affiliated with Axis Crown, with over 450,000 channel subscribers, Aya. Unaffiliated, Oni-chan. It was Thursday, 10:20 p.m. The day of the collaboration stream, which drew so much attention that the combined likes from all three announcements exceeded 50,000. Ayaki, Oni-chan just sent a message in the group chat that he should be able to join by 10:30 p.m. Got it. Rina had 25,000 concurrent viewers. Aya had 15,000 concurrent viewers. Even before the trio's collab began, the two of them had already gathered 40,000 concurrent viewers and were waiting for Oni-chan on the ABEX home screen. Being late for your first collab is way too much. Nah, just so we're clear on that, we originally planned to meet between 10:20 p.m. and 10:30 p.m., so it's totally fine. Not all the viewers who tuned in had come because they saw the announcement. Rina, who responded immediately to the comments section, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Comment, still, it leaves a bad impression. Comment, honestly, a collab with Oni-chan. Comment, getting a bit too full of himself. Comment, who does he think he is, trying to collab when he has so few subscribers? Even so, the comment section on Rina's stream remained aggressive toward Oni-chan. When a streamer decides to team up with someone who's controversial, this is bound to happen. Meanwhile, comment, he should just cut back on the number of streams lol. Comment, maybe he's rushing back from his part-time job. Comment, he really seems busy. Comment, he probably hasn't even had a proper meal lol. Having done a few collabs with Oni-chan and understanding him well, Aya's comment section had taken on a much kinder tone. Additionally, the difference in atmosphere was quickly conveyed through the viewers' messages. Rina-san, is your comment section okay? Oh, I wonder, wanna see for yourself? Well then, I'll take you up on that. Curiosity, the desire to see something strange or exciting, it's something everyone has. When she moved the mouse and brought Rina's stream up on screen, a flood of comments, just as she'd said, poured in. Ahaha, it's really going wild. Ayaki, yours isn't like this. Probably, but I think it's about 100 times calmer than Rina-san's comments. I mean, it's really peaceful over here. Seriously. Rina-san, feel free to mirror my stream if you want. Thanks. Alright, I'll just show it for a sec. Even though Rina's stream had reached a level of chaos it had never seen before, she remained perfectly composed, a true mark of a seasoned, famous streamer. With a smirk on her face, Rina showed Aya's screen on her stream, and sure enough, the comments matched what Aya had said. Whoa, it's actually 100 times more peaceful. Told you. Now that both screens were being shown at the same time. Comment, quit bullying him lol. Comment, those guys over there are so petty. Comment, try being more tolerant like us okay. Comment, he's probably rushing, cut him some slack Elmao. Aya's viewers began provoking Rina's viewers. Comment, he's always the one who stirs things up. Comment, no idea why you defend him. Comment, he's just reaping what he sowed. Comment, at least don't cause trouble for others. And in response, Rina's viewers started lashing out at Aya's. Normally, their viewers wouldn't clash. But when collaborating with a streamer who had both fans and critics, these kinds of things could happen. Looks like today's stream is gonna have a different vibe, huh? That just makes it more exciting. Someone's been looking forward to this day. Well, yeah. While the two chatted cheerfully, their respective viewers continued to argue. A few minutes passed, the situation growing increasingly chaotic. Ah, he's here. The sound of someone joining the voice channel on Diacord echoed through both Aya's and Rina's streams. And then, Arham's hello. A male voice, and it was none other than Oni-chan's voice. Good evening, Oni-chan, it's been a while. Why yeah, it has, and nice to meet you, senpai. Sup, Oni-chan. Looking forward to today. Yeah, hang on, I'm still booting up. Though they had met in real life before, this was their first time interacting on stream. Given the viewers, that greeting was a reasonable one. Comment. Was Oni-chan's voice always like this? Comment, he sounds kinda tired. Comment, he's out of breath lol. Comment, bet he rushed so he wouldn't be late. In Aya's comment section, people immediately noticed something was off. But in Rina's comment section, things were different. Comment, can't even apologize for being late. Comment, he doesn't feel bad at all, huh? Comment, the two of them are way too lenient. Comment, at least handle that part properly, seriously. The comments were full of aggressive remarks. As things unfolded just as she'd expected, Rina wasted no time kicking off her plan. Hey, Oni-chan, my viewers are saying something interesting, you know? They mentioned that you didn't even apologize for being late. Huh? Tell him to shut up. There's a lot going on, all right. Comment, seriously disgusting. Comment, no way. Comment, is this guy really going to participate in the Ebb Festival? Comment, this is the worst. The more he responded, the harsher the attacks became. But if he wanted to keep up his provocative persona, this was the only way to respond. As the collab started off under an already tense atmosphere, Rina was the first to take the lead. Weren't you helping your store manager with a favor? Huh. You were apologizing like crazy behind the scenes, saying, I'm really sorry, right? You even sent that little bowing stamp. While Rina spoke with a mischievous smile on her face, Oni-chan, who had been full of energy up until now, became silent. All that could be heard now was his panicked breathing. Comment, well, his momentum's dead now lol. Comment, getting exposed right off the bat haha. Comment, well, that stream disaster caused all of this anyway. Comment, hey. Aya, you better follow up. Just as Aya's viewers had hoped, the situation developed exactly as expected, and the comment section was buzzing with excitement. Realizing that Rina was cleverly diverting some of the hate directed at Oni-chan, Aya decided to join in and lend her support. As the comments said, the real juicy content was happening right here. Oni-chan, didn't your Amado-san scold you today for worrying her? Like when you showed up at your house out of breath and she said, "Don't do anything dangerous," or something. What are you saying? Bet you got a good lecture, huh? If you weren't in such a rush, you wouldn't be out of breath. That's. See, cut me some slack with that stuff, please. Haha, tough luck, Oni-chan. Nyahi, well, I'd also hate it if my precious viewers got into an accident from rushing to do something. For Oni-chan, topics regarding his real-life circumstances exposed from his previous streaming incident were something he wanted to avoid. As his muffled voice, from covering his face with both hands, echoed through the stream, the chaos in the comment section gradually began to settle. Rina glanced at her sub-monitor to check the situation, then raised her brows with a look of relief as she spoke. Ayaki, can you invite Oni-chan to the party for now? I'm not friends with him. Got it, I just sent the invite. Thanks. Almost immediately, comment, Oni-chan appeared on Rina and Aya's lobby screens. Then 3 red badges, symbols of the highest rank, Predator, lined up in a dazzling display, shifting the screen into something far more intimidating. Comment, ha, Oni's a Predator too. Comment, I didn't know that. Wait, doesn't that mean he's seriously strong? Comment, I never want to run into this squad lol. Comment, those badges are so damn cool. It was a rank limited to just 700 seats in the world, where players were constantly battling in real time to claim and keep their spot. It was only natural that many viewers reacted this way. Ah, I sent a friend request to Senpai, so please accept it. I'll start my stream in the meantime. Thanks. Wait, Oni-chan, you hadn't started streaming yet. I was in a hurry. Aya's voice, trying to hold back laughter, came through the stream. So, in the end, did Amato-chan scold you? Well, yeah, of course she did. PFFFD ahaha. Stop trying to make me laugh, you too. You're laughing way too much, seriously. Comment, of course she's laughing lol. Comment, Aya sounds like she's having a blast. Comment, Rina-san's probably grinning too. Comment, also, why is he calling her senpai Elmao? The fact that he couldn't even start his stream showed just how much he had rushed. And just like that, the comments in Rina's stream steadily grew kinder. Wait, Oni-chan, was it really okay for you to say that? You're the one who brought up my Amato first. How am I supposed to dodge it from there? Honestly, once that streaming incident happened, it was already impossible, right? Don't you dare bring that up again. Ah, yo, everyone. Just like the announcement said, we're starting now. Comment, he forgot that he just started his stream LOL. Comment, he just can't escape the incident Elmao. Comment, that switch up was insane lol. Comment, Oni-chan pulling 15,000 viewers. While the aggressive comments directed at Oni-chan hadn't entirely disappeared, they were quickly replaced by reactions that seemed like viewers had found a new toy to play with. With things settled to this degree, there was no problem moving into the actual discussion. Stretching her arms with a big, relaxed motion, Rina clapped her hands together. All right. Now that everyone's here, let's start deciding on the team composition. Okay. Why yeah, absolutely. And with that, the discussion for one of the main topics, the team comp for EB Festival, finally began. Section. For starters, I'd like to hear Ayaka's opinion. For now, I'm thinking of a balanced setup. In terms of roles, Rina-san would be the support, Oni-chan would do the fighting, and I'll take recon. I see. Since the placement points from the 5 matches have a big impact on winning, I think it's better to go for stability. Comment, makes sense. Comment, surviving is key. Comment, a lot of teams went that route last year too. Comment, if you die in last place, winning gets tough. Oni-chan stayed quiet, taking notes on the keyboard without missing a word of their conversation, all while keeping an eye on the comments. What do you think, Rina-san? I'm actually thinking the opposite, an aggressive, fight-heavy comp. I'd go with a support character I'm used to, and you two would play the fighters you're comfortable with. Wait, really? Think about it. Wouldn't it be a total waste not to make full use of Ayaki and Oni-chan's talent? That might be true, but wouldn't the whole match end up depending on how well Oni-chan and I are doing? That's where I'd try to minimize the risk with my support character. Plus, Ayaki, you don't usually main recon characters, right? So I figured it might be harder for you to show your full potential with that setup. Comment, that actually makes sense. Comment, trying to force a specific comp can make the team weaker. Comment, feels like there's no right answer here. Comment, love how they're actually aiming for the win with this convo. Meanwhile, Oni-chan, still taking notes, muted his mic and spoke directly to the viewers. What do you guys think? This is all happening because my main character overlaps with Aya's. Comment, you should let Aya use Octane. Comment, the one more experienced with events should use the high-pressure role. Comment, Oni-chan should pick a recon or another fight character. Comment, just play it safe. Got it. Oni-chan played at the same rank level as the other two, but without being part of a team and with no real event experience. If it came down to who could get the most out of the character's potential, the viewers were probably right. Oni-chan, what did you think after hearing our opinions? Well, yeah, I guess it's best for you two to stick with your main characters. As for me, whether it's a scout or a different fighter, I'll just use whichever character you two tell me to. But Oni-chan, don't you specialize in Octane? I feel like you'd probably be stronger overall in shootouts than I would. I've got other fighter characters I can use too. I get what you're trying to say, but seriously. In the end, it meant Aya would be giving up her main character, the one she was best with. Oh my. Don't tell me even someone like Oni-chan is getting nervous. Ha, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? I'm not scared or anything. So, you're good with it. Obviously. I'll do it. Niha, then it's settled, Oni-chan's going with Octane. I'm counting on you to take my place. Oh. The result was completely different from what he had secretly discussed with his viewers. Comment, he folded Elmao. Comment, the pressure from Aya giving it up is intense lol. Comment, he's gonna get roasted the second he loses a fight. Comment, that's a huge responsibility. In an event like the Ebb Festival, watched by over 100,000 people, Oni-chan was entrusted with Aya's main character. Just laying out the facts was enough to make his heart ache. Depending on the character I choose, it'll either be a balanced comp or an aggressive one. Then, since we're all here, why don't we run some ranked games now and get a feel for it? We can use whatever comp feels right at Ebb Festival. Ah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm okay with it too. Oni-chan patted his chest a few times to calm his nerves. Comment, wonder if he can keep up with them. Comment, just make sure to follow instructions. Comment, let's see how this goes. Comment, they've got insane cover skills, so he should be fine. With the comments swaying between anxiety and excitement, they all hit the ready button. The match was found in less than a minute. Finally, the main event of the collab, the ranked matches, was about to begin. Ah, I found your favorite weapon, senpai, so I'll ping it for you. You actually know quite a bit about me, huh? That makes me happy. Oni-chan, you wouldn't be punished for calling yourself a fan, you know. Shut up. In order to minimize the luck factor, they chose to start by gathering items in an area where no enemies were present. Comment, what is this collab even lol? Comment, once you start snapping at your teammates, it's over. Comment, already off to a wild start. Comment, anyway, good luck. Still, this little exchange ended up being the reason why Rena's viewers found it easier to warm up to Oni-chan. As for the match results, with the aggressive comp, they placed first once and third once. With the balanced comp, they placed third once and sixth once. Feeling the clear difference in how easy it was to play between the two styles, the three decided to go with the aggressive comp for the Ebb Festival. There was no doubt it had been a productive session. The day after the three of them did their collab stream, it was lunchtime at a lively and chatty high school, inside a classroom of the second-year students. Suzuha-chan is seriously too cute. There it is again, your usual thing. Can we just focus on eating during lunch? You've barely touched your food. The three baseball club boys, classmates of Yuno and Suzuha, were having one of their now routine conversations. Look at that, guys, the way she's munching with her little mouth. I told you, focus on your food. But yeah, I totally get it. Well, she's super cute, no doubt. I'm on Team Yuno though. If Suzuha-chan would eat my home-cooked meal, I'd go all in on learning how to cook. Such an opportunity will never come. No doubt about it. You could at least give me some hope. You should already know that some things are just impossible, right? That's true. The two quickly dismissed the idea, but their gaze naturally shifted towards Yuno and Suzuha. They were directed at the two most popular girls in the school. Speaking of which, I heard Suzuha-chan was confessed to yesterday. Yuno-chan too, apparently. It was from a senpai in the 3rd year, right? I heard that too. This is the first I'm hearing about it, but wait, what did Suzuha-chan say in response? Do we even need to say it? If she said yes, it would have spread like wildfire. Exactly. The boy, showing the most relieved expression, stuffed his mouth full of bento. Meanwhile, the other two, with no food in their mouths, continued their conversation. Considering they haven't dated anyone so far, does that mean the rumor is true after all? Are you talking about the guy monster, who's supposedly charming Yuno-chan and Suzuha-chan? Yeah. I wouldn't say there's no possibility of it being true. Yeah, right. I don't want anything bad to happen to them, though. The boy who was part of the Yuno faction let out a sigh, while one of the boys from the Suzuha faction chewed his food as he listened to the conversation. Well, there's a good chance that the rumor came from them, rejecting confessions too much. What do you mean by that? Think about it calmly for a second. We're talking about Yuno-chan and Suzuha-chan, right? Can you imagine them being the ones getting charmed? No way. If anything, the guys would be the ones getting all flustered and played around by them. Well, that's definitely true. Both of them had rejected every confession so far. They were both beautiful, with great personalities. The two of them, who were said to be impossible to date, never showed any openings. Because of that, it felt more natural to think that the guys would end up getting played by them instead. Realistically, it might be that some rival in love is spreading these rumors to discourage other guys from confessing to them. That makes sense. Totally, that's it. Following the boy who swallowed the food left in his mouth, another boy jumped in, his face lit up with excitement. So how about today? Let's give it a shot. Totally fine. Actually, I really want to. Since tomorrow's a holiday, today's the perfect day to do it. Another boy, who had been quietly observing the situation, also joined in. The three boys were thinking about one thing, making their move, and they began strategizing while eating their lunch. And then, 15 minutes later, "Yo, you two. This is kind of sudden, but how about hanging out with us this weekend? You know, making the most of the holiday. What do you think? How about karaoke or bowling? Cake buffet's totally fine too. If you've got friends who want to join, feel free to invite them." Just as Yuno and Suzuha were sharing a desk and eating lunch together, three boys from the baseball team gathered in front of them. I already promised to hang out with Suzuha-chan this weekend. Then all the more reason to hang out with us too. We guarantee it'll be fun, promise. Just once. Just hang out with us once. Despite the passionate invitation, the two girls didn't show any reaction that suggested they were interested. Yuno puffed up her cheeks, put down her chopsticks, and shifted into a posture ready to talk. Knowing her best friend Suzuha was shy, quiet, and had grown uneasy around boys due to bullying back in middle school, Yuno took the lead, ready to protect her. "We're happy you invited us, but when something's not possible, it's just not possible." In the corner of Yuno's vision, she could see Suzuha nodding up and down, her beautiful hair swaying gently as she backed her up. They had already made plans to hang out with Haruto on Saturday. For both Yuno and Suzuha, it was something they couldn't and wouldn't compromise on. Besides, it's not just the two of us hanging out that day, so it's even more of a no-go. Isn't it fine? Bring that girl along too. Honestly, she's more than welcome. If you bring her, it'll be a perfect 3-on-3, right? It would be fun. While her classmates clapped excitedly and got hyped up, Yuno, exasperated by the major misunderstanding, made sure to clear things up. If we brought him, it'd be 2-4. The person we're hanging out with is a guy. Right, Suzuha-chan? Why, yeah. The moment they heard those words, the three boys widened their eyes and dropped their jaws. From Yuno's perspective, she absolutely didn't want anyone finding out that she was hanging out with her older brother. She didn't even want people to know they were close. To avoid being teased, even jokingly, as a Brocken, it was only natural that she phrased things in a way that could be misunderstood. A, are you serious? Is that real? I wouldn't lie about something like this. If it turns out to be a lie, I'll buy you juice. B, by the way, the guy you're hanging out with, he's not that rumored guy, is he? What's that supposed to mean? What rumored guy? As Yuno furrowed her brows and tilted her head, one of the boys flailed his hands awkwardly, trying to explain. How do I put this? Like, there's a rumor going around that you two have someone you like. A, there's a rumor like that. I have no idea what they're talking about. C. Suzuha-chan is nodding too. Can we really believe that? First of all, the person we're hanging out with on Saturday isn't anyone special or anything like that. Her desire not to be teased was playing a huge role in the moment. She was able to speak smoothly in ways that went against her true feelings, and she acted accordingly. All right, that's the end of that topic. Bye-bye now. She shut the conversation down firmly, giving one of them a little push. Phew, well, if that's true, I guess I can relax. Wait, isn't it unfair for you to monopolize both of you? Can't be helped, we want to play together too, you know. She responded again, and pushed the second boy away in the same manner. I wanted to show off my stylish outfit. Yeah, if you send me a selfie, I might not ignore it. After pushing away the last remaining boy, the two of them finally regained their peaceful lunchtime. With the quiet returning, the two began to talk again. Honestly, they never change. The guys in our class are always like this. Thanks as always, Yuno-chan. Don't mention it, I'm turning them down for my own sake. Yuno handled it like she was used to it, because this kind of situation happened often. When you're popular and easy to approach at school, that's just how it goes. As Yuno drank from her water bottle and picked up her chopsticks after setting them down, Suzuha brought up something that had been on her mind. But it's not every time, right? You do it for me sometimes. Actually, it is every time. Just like how you have your own reasons for not being comfortable with boys, I have my own reasons too. Otherwise, I wouldn't be turning down all of them. Yuno chuckled softly as she met Suzuha's questioning gaze and spoke. This is, something I want you to keep secret, but... Lowering her voice bit by bit, Yuno made sure no one was nearby before continuing. To be honest, I'd rather be helping my brother than hanging out with boys. That makes me feel better. Fufu, that's so like you, Yuno-chan. Well, I know it's strange to think that way after being invited, but... It was a bit of self-deprecating humor, but Yuno had grown up in a home environment that naturally nurtured that mindset, rather than spending time with just acquaintances or people she barely knew. It was only natural for her feelings to lean toward doing something for her brother, who had done so much for her. Do you think Oni-san would get mad about that? If he found out, he'd definitely be mad. For real, like, you don't have to prioritize me, kind of mad. That was exactly why she'd told Suzuha to keep it a secret in the first place. In my head, I know all this okay. I'm not doing anything that would make Oni-chan happy. Enjoy school more than anything, live without any restrictions, make lots of memories. All of those were clearly what Haruto thought, just from the way he acted. She tried to help him cook, or help with laundry, or even with little things like taking out the trash, stuff that could be done in a minute. Haruto's intention was probably also to make things easier for her, and he'd even once said, if you quit your part-time job, you'll have more time to hang out with your friends, right? His feelings had come through more than clearly. But even so, her desire to prioritize Oni-chan was something she couldn't let go of. Suzuha, who understood that resolve, offered an alternative. Yuno-chan, how about finding another hobby along with cooking? I think it's something Haruto-san would be happy about too. Picking up a hobby just to make him satisfied isn't quite enough to convince me. Really? Suzuha tilted her head slightly, not fully getting it. And in response, Yuno made an expression hard to describe with words as she replied. For example, even when I told you, if there were someone who would sincerely date Oni-chan, he'd be relieved and happy. You still haven't really been able to go for it, have you, Suzuha-chan? It was a bit of a twisted argument, but the core of what she was saying wasn't all that off. In Yuno's case, if she spent a lot of time trying to find a new hobby, she wouldn't be able to support Haruto as much as she does now. Just like Suzuha, she would be facing a difficult dilemma. When it came to trying to make him happy, there was always some sort of wall in the way. But this time, you really did your best, Suzuha-chan. I mean, you even said you want to go buy a swimsuit, and better yet, if Oni-chan is the one who chooses it. But Haruto-san already has Ayasan, a university student. Yeah, I know. I was surprised too. That was the first time I heard about it. It was when Suzuha stayed over at Yuno's house that she learned about the existence of a mysterious university student. Someone wealthy enough to send Haruto home with high-end sushi. She still hadn't been able to figure out who that girl was, but her instincts told her that the university student had her eyes on Haruto. Anyway, there's no point in overthinking that. Tomorrow, let's just do our best to invite him to the pool, like we planned, by using the swimsuit shopping as a lead-in. Why yeah. Suzuha, her cheeks flushed red, nodded while completely pausing the movement of her chopsticks. Seeing how clearly her nerves were showing, Yuno smiled softly as she brought another bite of her bento to her mouth. Chapter 3, The Outing of the Trio. It was noon on a Saturday, with clear skies stretching above. The day had arrived for the outing Haruto, Yuno, and Suzuha had promised to have together. Although it's kind of late to say this, thank you for suggesting we go buy some clothes, Yu. I've been feeling lately that I could use a bit more. Since you're starting to go out more often, it makes sense, right? Yeah, exactly. Having just wrapped up his stream, Haruto had changed into a simple outfit and was now sitting on the sofa, responding cheerfully to Yuno, who was next to him, pulling on her knee-high socks. For years, Haruto had only gone out for part-time jobs, spending all his time outside just for work. But lately, things had changed. He had started meeting up with fellow streamers, and now he even had plans to go out with Suzuha. With more of his Saturdays off now being filled with plans, he had begun to gradually realize the importance of owning decent clothes. Well, I'm sorry, Oni-chan. Hi. Why are you apologizing? It might sound weird to say this, but I made you work so much that you couldn't even notice something so simple. Haha, what are you talking about? As long as you can live comfortably without any trouble, that's all that matters. Seeing the guilt all over Yuno's face, Haruto immediately laughed it off and reached for the TV remote. When talking about things like this, setting the mood was important. He switched from the news program to a lively variety show, then looked back at Yuno. To begin with, I was the one who chose a life packed with work, you know. The money Dad and Mom left us had to be used to keep this house. But it was me saying I wanted to keep the house that really pushed it, wasn't it? I didn't even realize I was making you do all that. Did you say that? I mean us. I knew you'd play dumb like that. Whatever could you mean? Haruto clearly remembered what had happened back then. Even so, he responded this way because, even if Yuno's selfishness had been the final push, it had still been a choice he made of his own will. Well, anyways, I don't regret a single thing. Honestly, I'm satisfied with the choice I made. I was able to keep this house, and my life is quite comfortable now. You should have told me that all of Dad's money would be gone because of the loan or whatever. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing, you. Shut up. Back then, Yuno was still young, and mentally she was struggling. He hadn't wanted to tell her anything that would worry her. He had wanted to protect everything that could serve as emotional support. This is something for the future, but if you end up working within the prefecture, it'd make me really happy if you could be the one to keep this house going in the end. The loan's already been dealt with, so I think you could live comfortably here, and I want you to enjoy cooking freely in that big kitchen. It feels like I'd be freeloading. Nobody would think that. Topics like this often led to disputes, but from Haruto's perspective, he simply wanted his younger sister Yuno to live in the house and start her new life with peace of mind. Wait, now that I think about it, isn't this kind of conversation totally wrong to be having right before going out with Suzuha-chan? Oni-chan was the one who played dumb first. If you don't want to keep going, then come up with a new topic. Okay, let's see. Rather than talking about something complicated and hard to resolve, it was definitely better to go with something more lighthearted for the situation at hand. Haruto furrowed his brow and spent a few seconds thinking of a new topic. Okay, about today's plan. So, are you really sure it's okay for me to tag along while Suzuha-chan picks out underwear? Doesn't that seem totally wrong? Hey, Oni-chan, it's not underwear, it's a swimsuit. There's a big difference. Sorry. The shift in topic from earlier was almost too extreme. It was no surprise that Yuno quickly responded with a sharp comment. B, but I mean, if we're talking about something similar, swimwear is kind of like underwear, right? Is this really okay? There's nothing wrong with it. Suzuha-chan is the one asking for your opinion, after all. Do you think I'll actually be able to pick something that suits her? You just have to choose what you think looks good, Oni-chan. It's that simple. Is it really okay to choose that casually? I mean, the reason she's asking for a guy's opinion is probably because she's planning to go to the pool with someone she likes, right? Haruto had assumed that he'd have to be hearing all sorts of things from Suzuha about the person she likes. What kind of person she was interested in, what their personality was like, what kind of style they liked, and then try to help make a choice that matches the other party's preference. If you're that worried, why not just ask her directly? I think she'll mirror my response. Yeah, you're right, I'll ask her to double-check. By the way, the only thing I'm worried about is whether Oni-chan will do anything weird to Suzuha-chan. Huh? What do you mean by weird? Like giving her some pervy look after she tries on a swimsuit or something. Hey. Haruto, caught completely off guard, stood up from the sofa in surprise. Looking at you's best friend like that would make me a total failure as a big brother, wouldn't it? It's not really a failure, is it? You two aren't that far apart in age. Are really? I mean, isn't it kind of impossible not to see Suzuha-chan as the opposite sex? She's beautiful, has a great figure, such a kind personality, and she's even popular at school. Am I wrong? Right. Since this kind of conversation had never come up between them before, staying silent only invited Yuno to strike more. When Haruto glanced to the side, he saw his sister already opening her mouth, ready to launch a third attack. It was obvious she had no intention of letting him off without an answer. Well, to be honest, what you said, yeah, you're right. Right, that's why I just said to make sure you don't do anything weird. Thanks, I'll be extra careful. Though, she might actually be happy about it. If it's you looking at her like that. Don't joke about stuff like that. Since she was the pure and innocent type, it would be even more impossible not to see her as the opposite sex. Having been teased, Haruto regained his composure and sat back down on the sofa. Ah, by the way, I'm getting a swimsuit too. I might go to the pool or the beach sometime soon. You didn't have one, did you? I threw out the one I used back in middle school. It was just for class anyway. I see. Then yeah, you should definitely buy one. No, absolutely buy one. Haruto didn't want her to miss out on a single chance to have fun with friends. If she needed anything for that, he wanted to get it for her. Oni-chan, you should buy one too. You don't have one either, right? Well, I mean, it's not like I'll actually use it. For students, there were still chances to go to the pool or the beach with friends. But as a working adult, those opportunities were far less frequent. Well, I get what you're saying, but there's no harm in owning one, right? And it's a good opportunity too. Got it, if you say so, I'll get one. My worst case, if no one else invites you, I'll go with you. Haha, you'd go with me. Only as a last resort. A last resort. Thanks. It might have been a bit pathetic that he had no one else to invite, but still, Haruto was genuinely happy Yuno would say that. Today we're picking out clothes and swimsuits, watching a movie, going out to eat, then having Suzuha-chan stay over? Yep. It's the perfect plan. Isn't it kinda bad for you though, Oni-chan? Not at all. Really? I mean, the movie we wanted to watch, Nekanaki Village, is supposed to be really scary. I'm fine. I'm good with horror. That's not true, you're terrible at it. Zai. Haruto and Yuno exchanged a silent stare, but it was clear who was speaking the truth based on their confidence. Hey, how do you even know that? Because every time a ghost show started, Oni-chan would leave the room. And it's the only genre we've never watched together. You remember that well. Of course I do. Since Haruto had started working part-time and streaming from high school onward, he hadn't spent many nights in the living room. For Yuno, the memories from back when she was in middle school were still fresh. To be honest, I am bad with it, but I actually like horror itself, so I'm okay. These days, I can even use it for streaming content. If you liked it, you should have watched it with us. That was family bonding time, you know. It's super embarrassing to admit, but back then, I was in that phase where I really didn't want anyone to see me looking lame. But now you're fine with it. Ever since it became just the two of us living here, I've probably shown that side of me more times than I can count. Even to Suzuha-chan too. He replied with a sheepish smile. As his life got busier, Haruto found himself thinking about all sorts of things, and he no longer had the luxury to worry about stuff like that. He had come to terms with it through sheer resignation. I see. Well, let's just have fun later then. Yeah, that's the plan. I've already reserved the seats. Thanks. By the time their little exchange ended, there were less than 30 minutes left before Suzuha would arrive at the house. Okay, Oni-chan, go do one more check for anything you might have forgot. I'll do a quick sweep of the entrance in the meantime. Got it. Haruto obediently followed Yuno's instructions and began his final round of checks thoroughly. Then, right on time for their scheduled meeting, Suzuha rang the doorbell. After exchanging greetings, they welcomed her into the living room. These cookies are handmade by you, Suzuha-chan. Wow, I honestly thought they were store-bought right up until now. I'm sorry if they don't suit your taste. Don't worry, Suzuha-chan. The moment he shows it on his face, I'll kick Oni-chan for you. That's not really the issue. Ahaha, just knowing how much care you put into them makes them taste great, Suzuha-chan. Haruto took the 2 individually wrapped bags of cookies and turned his back to the girls as he headed toward the fridge. During that time, Yuno gently grabbed Suzuha's slender shoulders. For now, why don't you sit on the sofa and cool off a bit, Suzuha-chan? It was kinda hot outside, right? Yeah. Thank you. Honestly, I wanted to sit too. I was cleaning the entrance just a moment ago. As soon as Suzuha sat down, Yuno sat right next to her. While expressing her true feelings, she made sure not to let one person sit alone, showing her usual attentiveness. Oh, right. Since you're here, want something to drink. We've got water, tea, and orange juice. In that case, I'd love some tea. Okay, Oni-chan, could you get some tea ready while you're putting the cookies in the fridge? Gugget. It was just as she'd relied on Haruto. What reached the ears of the 2 girls was a muffled sound, so low it was hard to make out what had been said. Why such a sound? The reason became clear when Haruto turned his body toward them as he answered. Yua, you're already eating the cookies. He hastily turned his body back, chewing frantically and swallowing the cookie, but it was far too late for excuses. Hey, Oni-chan, at least say something before you start eating. You've got Suzuha-chan all tense and frozen. I just didn't want to come off as greedy. Suzuha hadn't mentally prepared herself to hear feedback about her cookies so soon. It caught her completely off guard. Once again, Haruto couldn't resist the sight of the delicious-looking cookies and found himself reaching for more. Understanding both of their feelings, Yuno quickly came up with a solution. So, how was it, Oni-chan? The taste of the cookies. Oh, they're seriously delicious. That was my 4th one. I see. Then I'm glad to hear that. That's great, Suzuha-chan. Yeah. After watching Suzuha smile softly, her cheeks relaxing with a look of pure joy as she savored those words, Yuno mentally connected the dots. 4th one, so that weird noise came from you stuffing your mouth, Oni-chan. Haha, you should try one too. They're really good. I was going to, even if you didn't say anything. Suzuha, in her current blissful state, was no longer as tense as she was, so Yuno didn't have to worry about letting her sit alone. Yuno stood up from the sofa, took a step towards Haruto, and reached into the offered bag to bring a cookie to her mouth. She slowly chewed, savoring the taste, then swallowed. Foo-foo, and gave a quiet smile. Hey, come on. You can't just smile like that. You've got to tell Suzuha-chan what you think too. This isn't the right time for that. It's not. You keep eating the cookies, I'll pour the tea. Got it. It didn't take much for Yuno to realize who Suzuha had made those cookies for. If the person she most wanted to hear a reaction from had already given their praise, then it was best not to say anything that might dilute those words. There would always be another chance to say, they were good. Taking cups from the cabinet and pouring cold barley tea, Yuno slowly closed the refrigerator door and spoke. Not bad, Oni-chan. What do you mean? That unconscious side of you. As Haruto stood there blankly, Yuno walked past him and made her way over to Suzuha. Anyone who has ever cooked something for someone else would understand this feeling. Wanting them to eat it as soon as possible, even just a little faster. Wanting to be praised for all the effort put into making it. And if they didn't hear that feedback right away, it could weigh on their mind so much that it might ruin the fun of the outing to come. Rather than thinking about the other person's feelings and acting accordingly, Haruto had simply responded because it was delicious. A completely uncalculated action. For someone who had put their heart into handmade treats for someone they cared about, nothing could be more rewarding. Here you go, Suzuha-chan, your barley tea. The one not-so-gentle thing was that he hadn't said something like, "Can I have one now?" before eating. But even so, Yuno couldn't help but feel a little proud of her older brother. Section. In a large complex directly connected to the station. On the 7th floor of a high-rise building, housing commercial facilities from the 2nd to the 15th floor, office spaces from the 16th to the 44th, and an observation deck on the 45th floor. On the 7th floor, within the fashion-focused area of the commercial zone. I don't feel like this suits Oni-chan. It'll probably take 2 or 3 months just to get used to it. Fufu, I also think something more calm and mature would suit better. Maybe if I paired it with these sunglasses, it'd give that summer guy vibe. It's kind of cool, right? As Yuno and Suzuha discussed the colorful, flashy shirts in hand, Haruto stood nearby, trying on a pair of sunglasses that were available for testing. Hey, that's the worst combo, the one you absolutely shouldn't match together. Seriously. I mean, the sunglasses don't even suit you in the first place, Oni-chan. Then that's a close call. Calm down. You always drop stuff when you panic. Phew. Honestly. Haruto hastily removed the sunglasses, clearly trying not to draw more attention to himself, while Yuno continued her merciless commentary. Watching the scene unfold, Suzuha smiled quietly, amused by the interaction. Even during this outing, Yuno's straightforward nature remained unchanged. But even so, just from watching her choose clothes, it was obvious to any outsider just how much fun she was having. Hey, Oni-chan, is it okay if we take care of all your clothes for you? Honestly, I'd be happy if you did. I know it's kinda lame to say at my age, but I still don't really get what suits me or how to coordinate clothes and stuff. Then we'll do that. But since this is a rare opportunity, how about you find at least one outfit that catches your eye? With how big this place is, there's gotta be something. You don't have to worry about us. Feel free to look around on your own. If you're gonna hesitate, then let me put it another way. You're required to bring back at least one outfit you really like. What? It's an order now. Gotta make the most of the opportunity. If Haruto hadn't shown signs of uncertainty, Yuno wouldn't have gone so far. But precisely because he tended to hold back, this was one of those times when a little push was the right thing to do. That was the conclusion Yuno had come to. To make sure we don't get separated, we'll stay in this store the whole time, so don't worry, Haruto-anasan. Haha, thanks, you too. Then I'll definitely pick out at least one outfit, and I'll make sure not to leave the store either. Got it. Good luck. Waving goodbye to Yuno and Suzuha, Haruto set off on his own, determined to keep his promise of picking at least one outfit. And once it was just the two of them again, Yuno grinned. You've really gotten good at handling Oni-chan, haven't you, Suzuha-chan? Like how you encouraged him to look around alone, and even said something reassuring like, "So we don't get separated." Do you think so? Without a doubt. I'm glad you said that. The reason she encouraged Haruto to browse alone was simple. If they didn't, he wouldn't be able to focus on choosing clothes for himself. Since Haruto was so focused on making sure everyone had fun, he was clumsy in his own way. Because unless someone took the initiative to say something to ease his worry about getting separated, he'd never make a move on his own. Do you think Haruto-anasan will ever be able to prioritize himself? Not a chance. Fufu, you're really confident about that. I've told him over and over again, and he still doesn't change. I get tired of saying it, you know? At this point, I think it's just part of who he is, like a reflex or something from how he's wired. Yuno, eyebrows curved into a pained, reversed V-shape, neatly folded the t-shirt she'd picked up. Her tone showed she'd completely given up on trying to change him. Well, he's the kind of person who thought he had to handle everything back when he was just a student. I guess that's how much of a bakemono he is. Bakemono's literal definition means a thing that changes, but they're often translated as ghost. Mao, Yuno-chan, the way you said it. Sorry, okay. Instead of calling him kind, Yuno jokingly used bakemono to describe him. The phrasing might have been a bit much, but it was still a compliment, just in her own awkward way. A way that showed how far ahead she was thinking. But seriously, there's no better metaphor for him than that. Look what happens the moment we send him off properly. Just look. Yuno pointed while stretching up on her toes. When Suzuha followed the direction of her finger, what she saw left her surprised. There was Haruto, having drifted from the men's section, where he had been casually browsing, straight into the women's section, completely unaware. Watch this, Suzuha-chan. Once he's like that, it's over. His whole purpose has totally shifted. Just as Yuno predicted, it happened. Haruto suddenly stopped in place as he realized he'd stepped into the women's section. His eyes widened as he stared at the racks in front of him. One might expect him to turn back in a fluster. But no. As if drawn in by a trap, he took a step forward. Then another. And another, gradually moving deeper into the section and carefully examining each item of clothing one by one, with far more attention than he'd given to his own clothes in the men's area. And with such a serious expression, too. That's the face he makes when he starts looking for clothes that would suit me or Suzuha-chan. He only knows how to coordinate women's clothes. Wow, Haruto-san, you're something. Suzuha blinked repeatedly, saying exactly what she was thinking. As she quickly processed the situation, one thing came to mind. Yuno had once told her that he often finds clothes online that he thinks would look good on me. He must have picked up that skill from doing so much of that research. Really, there's no one else who puts themselves second as much as he does. It's practically a miracle he's never been tricked by some bad person. Fufu, you're totally right, Yuno-chan. Watching Haruto, who had now stopped completely still, scrutinizing a piece of clothing, the two girls continued their exchange with warm amusement. That's exactly why I want him to end up with someone I trust. He has to be happy, or it just wouldn't sit right with me. Was just talking to myself, though. Anyway, let's start picking out clothes for Oni-chan. He'll probably bring us stuff on his own, so we're covered. That was definitely not you just talking to yourself. Suzuha gave a quiet but precise retort, and Yuno turned her face away, pretending not to hear it. Then, spotting something nearby, she quickly shifted the topic. Oh, right. Suzuha-chan, maybe try picking out a cardigan that goes well with what Oni-chan's wearing right now. Something that matches what he's wearing. Yeah, if it's something light like a cardigan, I bet he'll put it on right away. And remember, we're heading to the air-conditioned movie theater later. Something chosen personally for someone, of course, anyone would want to see it worn, even just once. Anyone would want to see their gift being worn. And if it was something chosen for someone they had feelings for, that desire only grew stronger. Suzuha shyly met Yuno's gaze, the psychological precision of her advice hitting right at her core. And that quiet, heartfelt appeal, it reached her perfectly. Ah, and just so you know, I'm not gonna tease you if you pick something for him to wear, okay? Sorry if my muttering made you wary. Really? You're picking it for Oni-chan's sake, after all. Even I wouldn't joke about that. Choosing a light outer layer like a cardigan was almost a declaration. I want Haruto to wear this now. It was the perfect chance to tease her, but Yuno had many thoughts on the matter. Well, I guess I was hoping that if I gave you good advice, maybe you'd grant me one little favor. For me. I was thinking, to make Oni-chan happy, you could let him treat you today without holding back. If you really feel too guilty about it, then I'd be happy if Suzuha-chan could pay for just the cardigan since it's a present. This morning, Haruto had cheerfully said, I'm gonna withdraw more money so I can buy lots of stuff, before heading to the convenience store. And Haruto was the kind of person who wanted to see others smile. It went without saying who he planned to spend all that money on. Well, if you don't grant my little favor, then, when we go choosing swimsuit later, my teasing switch might just flip on. That's not fair, Yuno-chan. You'd better be ready for things like this. I'm on Oni-chan's side, after all. Wearing a triumphant smile, Yuno gently placed her hand on Suzuha's back and guided her toward the cardigan section. All right, the cardigan's your task. I'm gonna go pick out a t-shirt and some pants. Moo. Without giving Suzuha a chance to argue, Yuno briskly left the scene. Realizing Yuno had intentionally left her alone so she could concentrate on choosing seriously, Suzuha let out a soft, not entirely displeased sigh. Several minutes later. Hey, Oni-chan, you did say I'll definitely pick one outfit, right? You were supposed to go look for clothes for yourself, right? There's no way you're gonna wear that, right? Haha. I think I just remembered what my original goal was. Yuno glared at Haruto, clearly upset that he had come back with women's clothing in hand. Apart from that, A. Is this a gift from you, Suzuha-chan? Why yes, if you don't mind. Hearing these words, Haruto smiled brightly in the fitting room, clearly delighted. And then, thank you, Haruto-anasan. No, it's my pleasure. As a token of appreciation, Suzuha received a sleeve shirt and a tulle skirt as a gift from Haruto, both of them wearing similar expressions of joy. Section. Having each successfully updated their wardrobe, they moved to the 8th floor. Haruto quickly put on the cardigan that Suzuha had given him and moved along, in an unusually good mood. However, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a situation that made him feel small and uncomfortable, and it was entirely understandable. The store was filled with female customers. The mannequins were dressed in revealing outfits, and many of the displays were similar, especially in the swimwear section, which made it difficult to know where to look. What's wrong, Oni-chan? You were so confident a moment ago. That's because. You don't need to worry, right? We're together, so no one's going to look at you weird, and over there, they even have men's swimwear. Yuno pointed out that the store wasn't exclusively women's clothing, but that didn't change Haruto's discomfort. Since he wasn't used to seeing such products, he couldn't shake the nervousness. By the way, if you keep acting like that, you're going to look suspicious. Now that you mention it, yeah. Haruto-anasan, I found something amazing. Suzuha-chan. Sorry about that. Suzuha, with a mischievous smile, showed him a daring swimsuit, one that could make anyone exclaim, they have something like this. It was clear she was enjoying Haruto's reaction, but given the situation, she probably intended to ease the tension with her actions. Thinking about it that way, Haruto knew he couldn't keep standing still. Well, I was just looking around and realized there are so many different kinds of swimsuits, huh? Ones with frills, lace, one shoulder, off shoulder. From cute styles to fashionable ones, there were so many different types on display. You can understand why it'd be better to have someone else's opinion, right? Yeah, if I were in your shoes, I might do the same, but Suzuha-chan, are you really sure you're okay with the ones I prefer? I'd really be happy if you could do that. Got it. Then I'll make sure to say exactly what I think. Suzuha was truly kind-hearted, so it was entirely possible that her response was out of consideration. However, if Haruto responded to that consideration with more consideration, the swimsuit would end up being something neither of them truly wanted. There was no doubt that being honest and straightforward with each other would be far more helpful. Then, let's each pick 2 or 3 that we like and have Oni-chan choose which one he prefers. At that moment, Haruto realized something from how Yuno had phrased it. Why you're asking me too. Why are you surprised? Wouldn't it be a waste not to ask when there's someone here who can help? It's not like we're getting these swimsuits for free. I mean, I was just wondering if it's really okay for me to look. It's a swimsuit, so of course it is. To put it another way, it's like saying you can't show me your swimsuit, Oni-chan. Yeah, that is weird when you put it that way. Oni-chan, you mix up swimsuits and underwear way too much. They might look similar, but you should treat them as totally separate things. Ahaha, you're absolutely right. I'll try to make sure I think of them differently from now on. Just as he exchanged glances with the exasperated Yuno and the gently smiling Suzuha, trying to shift his mindset with a wry smile, it happened. Isn't it kind of scary how sincere, well, how overly straight-laced he is? That's not true. You think so? The two whispered to each other. Well, it's just that it's so like Haruto-anasan. When you put it that way, yes. As the two tossed their conversation back and forth, Haruto got the vague sense that he had become the topic of discussion. With the store's BGM playing, their voices only reached him faintly. But even that faintness made him feel like he wouldn't be able to handle it if he actually heard them. Then, I'll go pick out my own swimsuit, so once you two decide on the ones you like, can you let me know? But just don't do what you did at that clothing store earlier, okay? First, make sure you pick out something for yourself. This time I'll definitely be fine. When it came to swimsuits, he didn't have enough confidence to choose on his own. The plan was to have them pick first, and then he could make his choice based on that. It was the perfect opportunity to make use of the lessons he'd learned from getting scolded earlier. If there's a swimsuit you'd like me to wear, please let me know. Okay. Well then when that happens. Yes, well then, we'll go ahead and pick out swimsuits now. All right, see you later. With her face tinged red, Suzuha lowered her head in a quick bow, grabbed Yuno's wrist and hurried off to pick out a swimsuit. Haruto, who had been silently watching Yuno being pulled along without resistance, shook his head once they were out of sight. "If there's a swimsuit you'd like me to wear." He tried to forget the look on Suzuha's face, which had momentarily captivated him. And then there was one more thing. It's becoming more and more difficult with how beautiful she's getting. Trying to shake off the thoughts he had unwittingly felt, Haruto headed toward the surf shorts displayed at the edge of the store. After taking his time, he picked out a pair of knee-length shorts with a design of blue seas and palm leaves. But then, something happened. "How about this one, Oni-chan? Isn't it cute?" That's a no. It's cute and looks good on you, but it's still a no." There were 5 fitting rooms in total. Haruto, standing face-to-face with Yuno, who was wearing a tank top bikini with frills and a mini-skirt, immediately made a big X with his arms. "Hey you, can you turn around for me?" "Turn around, okay." This is even worse. By following his instructions, Haruto found himself staring at Yuno's back, her beautiful skin exposed. There was only one thing he needed to say. You're showing too much skin." Here comes that kind of opinion. It's a swimsuit, so it's normal. I know it sounds like I'm being a pain, but if you do that, you're definitely going to catch the eye of guys. There's no way that's guaranteed to happen. Yes, there is. Guys who go to the pool or the beach really have amazing communication skills. Even from his perspective, Haruto honestly thought she looked cute. He thought it suited her. So there shouldn't be any need to stop her. He should be helping her feel more confident, making her like herself even more. Even though he understood this in his mind, his concern was so strong that it made him want to say something. From the perspective of others, it would only make Yuno appear even more attractive. I'll say this just in case, but both the top and bottom are designed like this, so no matter what happens, nothing important will be exposed, okay? See? Well, I guess that's true, but... Yuno lifted the frills on her chest and even lifted her skirt to prove that she was properly covered. However, that wasn't the main issue. It gave him some reassurance, but the core of the matter hadn't changed. This feeling was something that unconsciously showed on his face. You're really that worried, huh, Oni-chan?" "Of course I am." "I see." It seemed troublesome, yet there was a hint of happiness in Yuno's expression, one that was hard to describe accurately. Haruto, facing her, decided to speak his true feelings. "So, personally, I'd be happier if you could tone down the exposure a little." "What if I say I don't want to?" "Well, if you're going to say something that mean, I did prepare swimsuits that are more modest." Haruto narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at the hanger rack inside the fitting room. There hung a swimsuit designed to cover the chest and back. Yuno had already anticipated what he might say. She had made sure to prepare a different swimsuit as well. "That doesn't answer my question. What if I say I don't want to?" "If you said you didn't want to, For Haruto, it was such a difficult question that he couldn't answer right away. He crossed his arms, closed his mouth, and thought. "Well, if you said you didn't want to, then I'd want you to enjoy it so much that I don't have to worry." Isn't that the opposite of what you should be doing?" "Well, in my head, I get it. Wearing the swimsuit you like the most is definitely the best choice." I see." Seemingly satisfied with his answer, Yuno lifted the corners of her mouth as she closed the fitting room curtain. "I'll try on one more, so wait a sec. Actually, I'm more confident in this one." Got it." As he nodded in response, the sound of the swimsuit being removed reached his ears from behind the curtain. Eagerly anticipating the next swimsuit, Haruto was about to check the time when something else caught his attention. Haruto Anasan. Her name called, Haruto's eyes met Suzuha's, who had peeked her face out from the adjacent fitting room. "Sorry for surprising you." No, it's my fault. Suzuha-chan, are you done changing?" "Yes, I'm not as confident as Yuno-chan, but is it okay to get your thoughts on it?" "Oh, of course." "Thank you." "Well then, I'll open it now." Despite looking embarrassed, Suzuha gripped the curtain and slowly slid it open, allowing Haruto to see her swimsuit for the first time. This is it. What do you think?" With her hands clasped at her waist, Suzuha did a modest turn to show her back as well. The swimsuit was a one-piece design with shoulder straps that covered her chest, back, and stomach. A cute ribbon adorned the chest area. The upper body was quite modestly covered, but the swimsuit still boldly revealed her legs up to the thighs. I think it might be a little too flashy, but if I wear this cover-up, it'll hide my legs. Oh, you Haruto Anasan. Sorry, no it's just. Seeing her tilt her head with a worried expression snapped Haruto back to reality. He realized he'd been so captivated he couldn't even speak, and with that, he spoke honestly from the heart. Why you look amazing in it, Suzuha-chan. Really? Yeah, enough that you should be confident. Any friend walking beside you would be proud. After he praised her so honestly, Suzuha quickly closed her lips, holding her breath as she took a step or two back into the fitting room, her head lowered. She gripped her fingers and toes tightly, too embarrassed to even meet his eyes. If he kept looking at her like this, Haruto felt he might be overwhelmed by strange emotions. Turning his face away in a sort of self-defense, he racked his brain for something, anything, to say, so the silence wouldn't become awkward. Hey, Oni-chan, I feel like your reaction was too different when you saw Suzuha-chan's swimsuit compared to when you saw mine. Yuno's sharp remark came from inside the fitting room, her voice cutting through the curtain. That's just your imagination. Haruto quickly denied it, but deep down, he knew. He hadn't been able to view Suzuha like a guardian would. It wasn't something he could honestly refute, and Yuno had clearly caught on. There's no way I'm imagining it. You were totally captivated by Suzuha-chan. Hey, if I'm wrong, I'll lift your kitchen ban. I'll even do whatever you say, Oni-chan. Yuno pressed forward sharply, relying purely on instinct and cutting right to the heart of the matter without mercy. He could lie here and maybe get away with it. The long-standing ban from the kitchen would be lifted. She'd start listening to whatever he said. It all sounded like a great deal. But there was no way Haruto could bring himself to deceive Yuno with something so underhanded. The fact that he couldn't say a word in response told her everything. The sound of a curtain sliding shut reached his ears, and when he looked toward Suzuha's fitting room, she was peeking out, her face completely red. Haruto Anasan. What? I've decided on this swimsuit. Already, but you still had other options, right? Yes, because Yuno-chan said that Haruto Anasan seemed to be captivated by this swimsuit. Then, I'll go change back into my clothes now. With a gentle smile, Suzuha left those words behind and pulled her flushed face back behind the curtain. From the fitting room to the left, Yuno's laughter could be heard. We're having a talk about this later. Fufu, it's your fault for not lying, Oni-chan. Well, as an apology for teasing you, I'll go with whichever swimsuit you think looks better. Why you're just. This time, a muffled laugh came from the fitting room to the right. Haruto might have endured the most embarrassing moment out of everyone here, but it also felt like a moment where he had grown a little closer to both of them. Chapter 4, The Bold Girl. After choosing outfits and swimsuits, watching a horror movie that started at 4 p.m., and enjoying the sunset view from the observation deck, they were now inside a stylish izakaya with a traditional Japanese ambience. I really wanted to take a picture of Oni-chan's face back then. If only we could have used our phones in the theater. Was my face really that bad? It was all twisted up like you were a monster or something. Phew fufu. That's a bit much, don't you think, Yuno-chan? Really, that is how I see it anyways. The topic blooming in their private room was about what happened at the movie theater. By the way, Oni-chan, when you got scared, didn't you grab Suzuha-chan's hand? Did you properly apologize for that? Wait, it's not like I forced myself on her or anything, okay. Suzuha-chan even said it was fine. Haruto, flailing both hands, hurried to clear up Yuno's big misunderstanding. It's just that I was scared too. Oh really? To be honest, thanks to Suzuha-chan, even though I was scared, I didn't feel embarrassed and could really immerse myself in the movie. What do you mean by that? Well, it's kind of hard to explain, but Suzuha-chan reacted the same way I did, so most of the time I felt like we were scared together. When you're the only one feeling afraid, you end up trying to act tough out of embarrassment, but if someone else shares that same fear, it doesn't turn out that way. In fact, it was Suzuha who reached out to hold his hand far more often than the other way around. I see. Suzuha-chan was scared, huh? Did I say something weird? Nope, not at all. It happened in the moment Yuno, still grinning, dodged Haruto's question and glanced to the side. Suzuha quickly lowered her face, shoulders shrinking as if to hide while checking the menu. She barely managed to brush off the meaningful glance that seemed to say, "You're supposed to be good with horror movies," and tried to shift the conversation. Yuno-chan, Haruto-anasan, what would you like to drink? Oh yeah, we haven't decided yet. I think I'll go with oolong tea. What about you, Suzuha-chan? I'll have jasmine tea. What should I get, tea? Or maybe juice? They hadn't ordered drinks when they were first shown to their seats because they would always get sidetracked like this. Haruto, deep in thought, kept scanning the menu back and forth. Since we're out, why not get some alcohol, Oni-chan? Alcohol? Because you don't usually get the chance to drink, right? Since we're here, you might as well enjoy it. There's probably alcohol you can only taste at places like this, too. Well, that might be true, but no, I'll pass after all. It wouldn't feel right to enjoy it alone, and I might not be able to fulfill my role as the guardian. Drinking alone in front of two minors, who weren't allowed to have alcohol, didn't sit right with him. Even more than that, the latter reason weighed heavily on him. It was the role he had taken upon himself. It's not like we care that much, you know? In situations like this, you're supposed to stop worrying about all that. I'd be happier if you did too. I am grateful that you two said that, but still. If I know you're holding back, I just won't be able to enjoy my food, you know. And the menu's full of stuff that looks super good too. Ugh. Fufu, I know it's cheeky of me, but I might lose my appetite too if you keep being like this. See, come on, you two are so unfair. Suzuha immediately joined in on Yuno's little strategy. He was planning to treat them so they could enjoy the food more, but with reasoning like that thrown at him, all he could do was raise the white flag. When both sides are thinking of each other's happiness, being outnumbered 2-1 is ridiculously disadvantageous. Then, well, just this once, I'll take your word for it, and try a drink I've never had before. I think that's a good idea, so what'll it be? Maybe something with a cool-sounding name. That's such a guy way of picking. I don't know anything about alcohol, so it can't be helped. Suzuha-chan, which one do you think sounds cool? Is it really okay if I choose? Of course. I've only ever had beer and lemon sours, so you don't have to worry about picking something I've already tried. After that, you can pick the next one. Yeah. Then, how about this gin lime? Nice, okay, I'll go with that first. It sounds refreshing and tasty. Haruto didn't even know what kind of drink it was, but it definitely sounded like a cool drink. Oni-chan knows what lime is. Wait, is it actually something good? I had a feeling. Nope, no idea. The way Yuno said it made him genuinely think he might have been onto something, but reality wasn't that kind. Haruto, who had been smiling happily, now had that expression wiped away. Hey, Suzuha-chan, don't you think that was kinda mean, getting my hopes up like that? Fufu, yeah, that was pretty mean. It wasn't out of malice, though. Making her excuse, Yuno pressed the call button for the server. After finishing their drink orders, and once the staff had left, the conversation resumed. Speaking of surprises, Oni-chan, I didn't know you knew such a stylish izakaya. Did you find it just for today? I wish I could say that. He was about to mention Rina, someone Yuno had met before, but Suzuha was also here. Actually, a friend recommended this place to me. I liked it a lot, so I wanted to bring you two here. Haruto had intentionally kept it vague with a friend, so that no one would feel left out of the conversation for too long. Is that friend maybe Aya-san? The rich college student who treated Suzuha-chan and me to sushi? No, the one who told me about the place is actually someone who's Aya-san's senpai. Though Aya-san was there too, so we ended up going together. You're pretty close, huh? Haha, well, we're friends, so of course. To add one more thing, she was also one of the few fellow streamers he had exchanged contact info with. Their connection was purely natural. Is she Haruto Anasan's girlfriend? No, not at all okay. He hadn't expected that question to come out, especially since he thought the situation was so clear. Eyes wide with shock, Haruto shook his head furiously, firmly correcting Suzuha. If you act that desperate, it just makes you look even more suspicious. Well, knowing Oni-chan, it's probably the truth. No way you wouldn't be all giddy if you actually got a girlfriend. Are you saying it's because I've never had a girlfriend before? Who knows? You totally think that. While they exchanged playful banter, Suzuha quietly let out a breath of relief, unconsciously gazing at Haruto's face with the comfort she felt. Then, for jumping to conclusions, I'll ask you a mean question, Oni-chan. Go ahead. Only if you can answer, of course. But you don't feel like Aya-san, who's close to you, might confess or anything like that. Why? How did the conversation get there? Well, Aya-san must have feelings for you, Oni-chan, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't have suggested going to the aquarium together or given you such expensive sushi. Pressed by Haruto fell silent, blinking rapidly as if something came to mind. Seeing that, Suzuha slightly parted her lips in surprise. That look means you've realized it, huh? That's pretty sharp for you, Oni-chan. Well, that's because she told me before that she was interested in me. Something neither nor Suzuha had known slipped from Haruto's mouth. But that's all there was to it, okay? More than that, Aya-san is even busier than I am, and if she had a boyfriend, it'd probably just make things inconvenient. So, I don't think she prioritizes that kind of relationship much. We're still just friends, and she's really popular, so I'm sure she'll find someone else if she wants. I see. It feels kind of like an adult relationship. The way we hang out doesn't really change, though. While trying to hide her fluster at hearing something so new, Suzuha worked to sort out her thoughts, only to be nudged along in a different direction. On the flip side, what about you two? Has someone you like appeared recently, someone you're getting along well with, or maybe even a new boyfriend? No such person for me. I guess it's the same for me as well. Oh, really? Haruto responded with a gentle voice, lightly moving his fingertips and starting to fidget a little. What could have happened? Yuno immediately caught on. You look like you're dying to say something. Since I asked a mean question earlier, you can go ahead. Be a little nosy if you want. Ahaha, really? Then, since you two are second-year high school students, people around you might start getting into relationships, but I just wanted to tell you. There's no need to rush. It's important not to get swept up by the atmosphere, too. I don't think it's going to be like that, though. Foo-foo. I'll be careful. Right after Suzuha once again realized from Haruto's words that her feelings hadn't reached him yet, a voice called out from behind the shoji screen of their private room, saying, "Excuse me," and a server appeared carrying their ordered drinks, temporarily halting their conversation. Haruto, aware of the feelings of a certain university student, was lost in his thoughts. Suzuha, feeling a pang of jealousy toward that, quietly gathered her courage, hoping she could eventually put into words the invitation she still hadn't been able to make. Section, Suzuha's point of view. Today was really so much fun. I'm glad to hear that, though I feel like it's a bit early to be saying that. 2 hours had passed since they entered the izakaya, and they were eating the desserts they had ordered to finish off the meal. Even drunk, Haruto Anasan is still very much like himself. Suzuha thought with a fond smile, while also keeping an eye on something. Haruto Anasan, are you feeling okay? Your ears are all red, so please drink some water too. He's totally drunk, isn't he? He kept saying it's good and drank quite a lot. Thanks for worrying, but I'm fine, I just feel a little floaty. I'm still pacing myself properly. With his eyes glazed over and his voice a little airy, Haruto was acting somewhat different from usual. Even so, as he had said, he seemed to be maintaining his self-control properly. There was nothing strange about his responses either. Still, isn't this the drunkest you've been this year, Oni-chan? That might be true. It's not just the amount I drank, but the drinks with cool names all seem to have higher alcohol content. At those sudden words, Suzuha's heart skipped a beat. Since she had an idea why, her heart began pounding, but she quickly covered it up. That's probably why they have such cool names in the first place. That totally makes sense. You're right, Suzuha-chan. In his current state, he seemed ready to believe just about anything. Seeing him nod and smile so easily, Suzuha let out a small breath of relief, and before she realized it, found herself staring at this rare, tipsy side of him. Looks like you really had fun, Oni-chan. If possible, I wish you'd tighten up that sloppy face of yours. Okay. You're already back to normal. Ahaha, it seems like I really become useless when I drink. Not just useless. Really useless. That bad, huh? Yeah, that bad. Haruto weakly scratched his cheek. Meanwhile, though Yuno sounded exasperated as she spoke, it was really just her way of hiding how happy she was that he was having a good time. Just like how Yuno-chan felt, I'm sure Aya-san must have been happy too. Suzuha thought this, as she remembered hearing about how Haruto had gone to the aquarium with a woman named Aya. At that moment, he must have shown the same kind of smile, especially if it had been a smile directed only at her. Just thinking about that made Suzuha's heart grow restless and uneasy. Well, still, it's because of you and Suzuha-chan that I was able to let loose, you know. If you two hadn't been here, I wouldn't have been able to have such a fun time. Why? You don't have to say stuff like that just because you're drunk. I'm not saying anything wrong though, right? Suzuha-chan. Why, yes. It had truly come out of nowhere. It was really unexpected. Hearing Haruto's true feelings caught Suzuha off guard. Just realizing how strongly he felt about making sure he wasn't wrong about that was enough to clear away the fog that had been weighing on Suzuha's heart. Also, because Haruto Onisan was with us, I was able to have a really fun time too. I'm glad we feel the same. Oni-chan totally forced that out of her. That's not true, right? Why, yeah. Filled with happiness, Suzuha ended up nodding without even trying to hide her crumbling composure. Haruto, oblivious to that, took another sip of his drink and murmured with a trace of regret. I really hope we can have another day like this. In about a year, you two will be in your exam season, so we probably won't be able to hang out as much as we do now. It's because you're the one who's busy that we can't hang out much, right? I've told you before, you should cut back on work. You didn't even get to have fun back when you were a student. No way. I'll make up for the reduced work. If it comes to that, it's better if I just keep working without taking a break. That makes no sense. Phew. Haruto, in his slightly tipsy state, still managed to stand firm in his refusal. Even if it would have made things easier for him, he still refused to budge when it came to supporting his family. And that part of him only made her fall for him even more. Even if you say that, my policy is that, for high schoolers, studying and having fun are the most important things. That's the first time I've ever heard you say that. That's right. I almost forgot to mention something. Speaking of fun, there's something I should have told you too. Is it something for me too? Yeah, you bought swimsuits today, right? So, when we go to the pool or the beach, just be careful not to get involved with any guys who might come up to you. Phew, you've already told us that when we were picking out swimsuits, and even while we were heading to the shop. Really? I don't remember saying that. Looks like you've had too much to drink, Oni-chan. Just like what Suzuha-chan said, you should drink some water. Yuno handed him a glass with ice floating in it. It was a gesture so natural to the two of them, but it made Suzuha feel a bit envious. Also, I've been meaning to ask you this for a while, but how exactly are we supposed to avoid getting bothered by people? Honestly, no matter how careful we are, we can't stop them for showing up, right? Well, maybe you could bring someone reliable, like a guy from the same school. What if I say, I don't want to invite anyone because it might cause weird rumors? If you say that, then well. As a result, his previously calm expression suddenly darkened. He crossed his arms, his head sinking as if deep in thought. On the other hand, a sudden opportunity came to Suzuha. The topic of the pool, which she hadn't been able to bring up, was now spoken by his lips. It was the goal she most wanted to achieve today. There was no better timing than this to make it happen. If I don't invite him now, I won't ever be able to. I'm sure Aya-san has been much braver in saying the things she wants to say. She took a deep breath, watching for the right moment to speak. Ahem. Suddenly, a hand nudged her from the side. When she quickly glanced to her side, Yuno was standing up, mouthing good luck to her. All right, I'll go to the bathroom for a bit. You think about it some more, okay, Oni-chan? All right, I'll definitely come up with a good solution before you get back. I'll be expecting that. Suzuha-chan, keep an eye on him so he doesn't slack off. Why, yeah. Thanks. Thank you, Yuno-chan. Yuno was always so considerate whenever she was about to have an important conversation. As Yuno opened the sliding door and put on her shoes, Suzuha watched her leave, leaving her alone in the room with him. So, you don't want to invite the boys from school because of rumors? Honestly, I didn't expect you to say that. Even in this situation, he continued to worry, but then suddenly turned his face toward her. Hey, Suzuha-chan, I might be bothering you with this, but do you have any ideas? Other than bringing someone reliable, any way to avoid those who might cause trouble? I'm sorry. I also can't think of anything other than that method. The truth was, the simple idea of asking people around you for help popped into her head, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. If she did, she would lose the chance to invite him. So, I was thinking I should bring someone reliable too. Huh? Didn't you already plan to go with some of the boys from school? That's why you needed the swimsuit. And no, that's not it. I only planned to go with Oni-chan. This was the one thing she absolutely couldn't afford to let be misunderstood. She put more strength into her voice and waved her hands widely, making sure it reached him properly even if he was drunk. Really? Yes. She nodded emphatically. Then even more reason why you should have someone like that. Both of you looked really good in your swimsuits, and you're both kind, so I think people would find it easy to approach you. Even though he had said, it would be nice if a day like today, where everyone could hang out together, comes again. Even though Yuno had narrowed down the conditions by saying, I don't want to invite any of the boys from school. He still didn't even try connecting himself with the solution, not even as a joke. He never tried to prioritize himself, no matter the situation. Because he was that clumsy and kind-hearted, she realized even more that she couldn't stay passive. She was once again reminded that if she didn't take the step to invite him, her feelings would never be conveyed. I am just saying something that's obvious, just something obvious. Trying to suppress the embarrassment rising within her, Suzuha tightly gripped the glass that still had some ice left and looked at the space between his eyebrows. She made it seem like their eyes were meeting, focused on not letting her voice tremble, and opened her mouth. I couldn't find the courage to say it before, but would it be okay if the reliable person was Haruto Anasan? Me. I know it's selfish, but from the beginning, I had decided that I wanted Haruto Anasan to choose my swimsuit. Is that really true? Why, yes, there's no other boy I would rather invite than Haruto Anasan. Her face had already been burning hot, as if she'd gotten a burn for a while now. She was probably even redder in the face than he was now. But still, she had managed to say it properly. Because he was drunk and they were alone together, it had been easier to express. If you say that, I might take it seriously, you know. If you don't take it seriously, I'll be the one in trouble. Seriously, I'll be in trouble. Then, shall we go together? The three of us can go somewhere where we can wear our swimsuits next time. Why, yeah, let's definitely go, okay. Got it. Fufu, I did it. It was the first time she had invited him. And the fact that he hadn't turned her down. Under the sunken kotatsu table, she couldn't help but kick her feet in delight. Her face relaxed so much that she couldn't let anyone see her. Just having this plan set made her so happy that she felt she wouldn't mind if it got postponed to next year or even the year after. Please let me know once the plans are decided, Haruto Anasan. Okay. A few minutes after this joyful promise was made, the shoji door slid open, and Yuno came back inside. Sorry for the wait, so Oni-chan, did you come up with anything? How about me coming along? Or rather, if anything happens, I'll protect you, so I would prefer if I could come along. I see, that's a good idea. I'd want to praise you, but I bet you had Suzuha-chan help you out, didn't you? Haha, bingo. Feeling that she had secured such an important promise, Suzuha thought she could now relax and just enjoy listening to their conversation. That assumption, however, turned out to be wrong. If you got help from her, you should think about it once you sober up, okay? About why Suzuha-chan asked you, and why she wanted to wear the swimsuit you liked. I will. I'll properly think about it and repay the favor, Suzuha-chan. That's, well. Because of the alcohol, he listened obediently without wondering why. If he managed to find the right answer, there was no doubt he would figure it out. Her feelings of love and her desire for him to love her back would surely be exposed. But, why yes, I'll be looking forward to it. She put on a brave face to take a step forward, to become closer to him, to not lose to a woman named Aya, to be able to rely on him even more. The three of them returned home, enjoying the pleasant night breeze and reflecting on the events of the day. No way. After finishing setting up Suzuha's bedding in Yuno's room and returning to the living room, the two of them found Haruto collapsed on the sofa. Oni-chan is seriously asleep. Fufu, I just heard him say, "Are you okay?" a moment ago. For him to end up like this in just 2 or 3 minutes, it's basically passing out, It's impressive he dropped right after fulfilling his duty. Yuno, leaning her arm against the back of the sofa, poked Haruto's stomach. Given the time, it should have been a light sleep, but without showing any reaction, he simply slept peacefully. He appeared to be completely fast asleep. Just how far past his limit was he? But, as expected of Haruto Onisan, even in that state, he still cared about us. It would have been perfect if he hadn't crashed right here, though. He's too heavy to move. Would it be difficult for the two of us to carry him together? I don't think it's impossible, but if we dropped him, it'd be dangerous, so let's just leave him like this. Of course, in Yuno's mind, the option of waking him up did cross her thoughts. However, she chose not to, because she felt it would be a little too pitiful. Ah, Suzuha-chan, you can at least touch his hand if you want. Oni-chan's definitely not waking up now, and honestly, it's his fault for falling asleep here. I wasn't planning to do that. Is that really true? It is. Suzuha ended up being misunderstood, as if the reason she suggested carrying Haruto Onisan was because she wanted to touch him. Of course, she had no such ulterior motive. It was purely because she thought he would be comfortable if he rested in bed. But she had already built up enough suspicious behavior for it to be misunderstood. Because, Suzuha-chan pretended to be scared just to grab Oni-chan's hand back then, when we were watching that movie. The moment Yuno said that, while raising her index finger, Suzuha jolted and started backing away. And before their eyes, her face turned increasingly red. It was only natural that Yuno would gain confidence from this reaction, and next, she raised her middle finger too, forming a V. On top of that, Suzuha-chan purposely chose strong alcohol to get Oni-chan drunk. It all makes sense, doesn't it? Yuno-chan, that's really a misunderstanding. Hey, really? Yes. The reason Yuno was so surprised, even though she believed Suzuha, was because she could sense when Suzuha was telling the truth. I'm really sorry. It's just that Oni-chan's face was so red, I got worried, When I used the restroom, I looked up the drink he had on my phone, and that's what came up, so I just assumed. Suzuha was also seen looking up strong alcohol on her phone before Haruto drank, so it was understandable that Yuno would end up misunderstanding her. I only looked up strong alcohol because I thought if it was weak, Haruto Onisan wouldn't feel like he was actually drinking. And since he said he would pay for it, I thought it would be more fitting if he got the most out of it. So that's what it was. Seriously, thanks for thinking about that. Yuno seemed convinced while Suzuha was nervously fidgeting with her fingertips as she explained. Though Suzuha was wrapped in a feeling of happiness, it didn't last long. But, as you can clearly see from Oni-chan now, that alcohol was way too strong. Taking 1, 2, 3 steps closer, Yuno pinched Suzuha's beautiful face between her thumb and index finger and spoke. Ooh, I'll research more about alcohol content next time. Please do. So if there's a next time, make sure to pick something a little gentler, okay, Suzuha-chan? Why yeah. Thanks. Hearing that response, Yuno nodded with satisfaction, released Suzuha's cheeks, and started moving again to check off the rest of her mental list. Then, I'll go get a futon from Oni-chan's room and start filling up the bath, so Suzuha-chan, just relax and watch some TV. Why, you don't have to do it all by yourself. You can leave the bath to me. If you don't want me to spill what you did at the movie theater to Oni-chan, I think it'd be wise to listen to me. Mao. No need to make that face. It was only because they both wanted to make things easier for the other that they clashed like this. Then Suzuha-chan, could you lock the front door for me? Even just that would really help. Even though she finally got permission to help, it was a task that would only take a few seconds to finish. It was only natural for Suzuha to hesitate, but Yuno couldn't bring herself to compromise either. Please, Suzuha-chan, if we make a guest who's staying over fill up the bath, Oni-chan will get mad at me. You're saying such unfair things. I'm really sorry. But in exchange, I'll keep quiet about the movie theater thing and the alcohol thing. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Yuno-chan. Same here. Though it wasn't exactly a fair compromise, by meeting halfway, they managed to settle their feelings. With that, Suzuha headed toward the entrance and locked the door, while Yuno went into Haruto's room. Even though they were family, from this point on, privacy was a matter to consider. Yuno, trying not to look too much around the room, quietly grabbed the futon from the bed and tiptoed down the hallway, creeping toward the living room. Then, peeking out from the door that connected the hallway to the living room, she caught sight of exactly what she had expected. With the lively sounds of the TV playing behind her, Suzuha was sitting in a girlish posture in front of the sofa, timidly intertwining her fingers with the hand of the sleeping Haruto. More than that, Even though she was the one doing it, Suzuha lowered her gaze shyly, her face clearly flustered. She probably couldn't forget the feeling of holding hands back at the movie theater. Looks like Suzuha-chan fell even more for him after today. Muttering her honest impression under her breath, Yuno gently placed the futon she was holding down on the spot. So as not to disturb them, even for just a little while, she quietly made her way to the bathroom to start filling the tub. Later that night, inside the house, not a single sound could be heard. In the darkness of the living room, where only the soft breathing of one person could be heard, a shadow quietly crept closer. The figure, moving cautiously as if trying to erase their presence, approached the sofa in a straight line and waved her hand in front of the sleeping face to confirm that he was still deeply asleep. Once convinced, through a method full of holes, that he was indeed sleeping, the figure sat down in a girlish pose right beside him. Listening to his steady, gentle breathing, the figure took a moment to steal her heart. Then, leaning their upper body forward, she gently embraced his unresisting form and pressed her cheek against his. However, this was only for a brief moment. As soon as the person sleeping on the sofa showed a slight twitch, the figure felt a sense of danger. Like a small animal fleeing from a threat, the shadow quickly returned to Yuno's room, hiding her flushed face and hurriedly settling into bed. It was just past 7 a.m. the next morning. Oh, looks like he went back to his room to sleep, a bit unexpected. I wonder when he woke up. The sofa's not warm anymore, so it doesn't seem like it was recent. I see. Even on a Sunday, both Yuno and Suzuha woke up at their usual time and entered the living room, only to find that Haruto, who had been sleeping on the sofa, was no longer there. Is something on your mind? And no, nothing at all. You don't have to deny it so strongly. Seeing Suzuha shaking her head vigorously in an exaggerated manner, Yuno couldn't help but laugh. All right. I'll quickly whip up breakfast. I'd like to tell you to relax and wait, Suzuha-chan, but you wouldn't listen, would you? It was something only a close friend could understand. When she tilted her head to confirm, she saw a big nod in response. Then, I guess I'll have to ask you to handle the serving, Suzuha-chan. Okay, got it. To be honest, Suzuha wanted to help with cooking, even if clumsily, and support her as much as possible. But she could tell that Yuno wanted to put in her all today. Seeing it as a compromise, she obediently agreed. By the time the sunlight began to pour into the living room, and the pleasant smell started filling the air. By the way, Suzuha-chan, are you okay? Did you not sleep well yesterday? After finishing the serving, Suzuha, feeling a bit idle, was suddenly addressed by Yuno with a sharp tone. No, that's not true. Really, it just seems like you're yawning a lot today. You know, they say that when your bed changes, it can be harder to fall asleep, even if you've stayed over a few times. While Yuno was efficiently handling the housework, she was still aware of her surroundings, especially since she was living with Haruto, whom she couldn't take her eyes off of for long. Noticing how often Suzuha had her hand near her mouth, Yuno grinned and decided to drop a word that would wake her up. If it's like that, you could take a quick nap, you know? Oni-chan is still asleep. If you want, you could even crawl into his bed. Since he's drunk, he probably won't wake up that easily. Hearing Yuno's words, Suzuha blinked rapidly, her face turning red. In that case. Of course, that was just a joke. At this point, their voices accidentally overlapped. Both of them froze in panic. Yuno-chan, that's a misunderstanding. I was just planning to take a nap in your room. No, you totally took what I said seriously. That's definitely not okay. Oni-chan might end up doing something weird without realizing it. But he's sleeping. No, Suzuha-chan, you definitely don't get it. Oni-chan moves around a lot, even when he's sleeping. Neither of them was willing to back down, and they continued to argue playfully. In the middle of this, footsteps echoed from the hallway. The person in question has just arrived. Good morning, you two. Haruto, unaware of the whole situation, entered the living room with a blanket draped over his shoulder, in a cheerful mood. Good morning, Haruto-anasan. Yeah. Good morning, Suzuha-chan. Haruto returned the greeting with a smile as he bowed his head slightly to Suzuha, then turned his attention to Yuno's voice. You woke up quite early, especially after drinking last night. Well, that's probably because I woke up in the middle of the night and drank a lot of water. My throat was really dry. I see, so that's why. By the way, thanks for covering me with the blanket. I'm not sure if it was you or Suzuha-chan, but it really helped. Yeah, you didn't have to bring it up. Just hurry and put it back. Got it. While this exchange took place, Yuno noticed Suzuha casting a heated glance toward Haruto. Her face was flushed, as if she was excited, clearly showing how eager she had been to see him. Realizing that Suzuha had taken the previous joke seriously, Yuno waited for the right moment as Haruto headed out of the living room to return the blanket, and then spoke up. Hey, Oni-chan, just be careful not to make anyone resent you. Why all of a sudden? Yuno, now fully understanding how serious Suzuha's feelings were, especially considering her popularity at school, spoke her mind. Interlude 2. On Monday, after the weekend had passed. Man, Suzuha-san really is beautiful and hardworking. Just look at her, guys. She's super smart and still does this every day. Honestly, even though I'm firmly in the Unokai camp, I sometimes find myself wavering. In the morning classroom, 3 boys from the baseball club chatted idly while stealing glances at Suzuha, who was quietly studying with her hair tucked behind her ears. Seeing her study that much, I bet she already has a dream for the future. She's probably aiming for some prestigious university. Wait. I think someone said the reason she studies isn't really about deciding her path, but more like to get praised. Really? That reason is way too cute, just studying to get praise from her parents. Why yeah, that's seriously cute. Given Suzuha's quiet and mature demeanor, the idea that she was doing it just to be praised gave off a surprisingly childish and charming contrast. As 2 of the boys stared at her in a daze, another boy from the Yuno camp suddenly widened his eyes, as if something had just clicked. Wait, now that I really think about it, maybe Suzuha-kai isn't working hard to be praised by her parents. If someone's trying to be praised, it's usually by their parents, right? Who else could it even be? Just as the 2 pointed out, that equation wouldn't make sense under normal circumstances. But, well yeah, normally that'd be the case. But didn't Suzuha-kai, who's usually super reserved, make plans to hang out with a guy over the weekend? I mean, sure, Yuno-kai was also part of that group. But if you ask me, the idea that she wants to be praised by that guy fits way better. Hey, don't say stuff that isn't funny, man. The ones behind the rumor that she's never once accepted an invitation from a guy were none other than the 2 most popular girls in school, Yuno and Suzuha. Now that he mentioned it, the possibility did seem very real, thought the boys, their faces twitching. Actually, someone from class 3 apparently saw Suzuha-kai and someone going into a movie theater, so it's definitely true that they hung out over the weekend. Wait, what? Are you sure they didn't see it wrong? The info's pretty specific. Like, the guy was carrying all the shopping bags for them, and he apparently paid for all the popcorn and drinks, real Eichmann-type stuff. No way, for real. Hey. I'm starting to have trouble breathing. Well, that's what happens when you keep playing passive. I get how you feel, though. The boy from Yuno's camp patted the shoulders of the 2, who were holding their chests in distress, trying to comfort them with both words and actions. Just then a voice interrupted. Good morning. So, good morning, Yuno-kai. As she gave a simple greeting, Yuno, a ponytailed girl, entered the classroom through the back door. Hey, what's up with you 2? You look like you're in pain or something. Don't worry about these guys, just ignore them. Now that you've said that, it makes me even more curious though. Yuno, who had just arrived at school, stepped briskly into the circle of 3, her black hair swaying and a sweet scent trailing behind her. Then, while looking up at them with wide eyes, she poked at the 2 boys' arms, silently pressing them with a "come on, spill it." Why, Yuno-chan, it's about the weekend. Yeah. Apparently, Suzuha-san was seen hanging out with a guy. Yeah, of course. Like I told you 3, it was a plan we'd made. And the guy you hung out with, he's apparently super handsome, right? She answered the first question smoothly, but it was at that moment that the next question was thrown at her. Yuno's eyes widened, as if she'd been caught off guard. Ooh. Should she tell the truth, or lie? She quickly ran through the options in her head for 3 seconds. Then Yuno spoke. Well, yeah, I guess you could say that. Precisely because the 3 had no idea he was her older brother, Yuno was able to say what she truly thought without hesitation. As the 3 boys suffered even deeper emotional damage, the one who had spoken, the source of their pain, was now overwhelmed with embarrassment herself. Anyway, I get why those two are like that now. That aside, how do you even know all that? Oh, some guy from class 3 apparently saw the three of you going into the movie theater. Oh, I see. The place they had gone on Saturday was a common hangout spot for students, so it wasn't strange that someone had noticed. Hey, Kai, if it's too much then forget I asked, but could you give these two some advice on how they might get to hang out with Suzuhakai? They're dying to, apparently. If it's just that, I don't mind. Though the two wore lifeless expressions, their eyes still held a faint light of hope. Meeting their gaze, Yuno twirled her ponytail around her finger as she thought. But, speaking realistically, I think it might take a bit more time if you want to hang out with her. Suzuha-chan is pretty shy, and the person she hung out with the other day has been close to her since elementary school. Plus, right now, she's really into her studies, or whatever you want to call it, and she's found something she's passionate about. More time, huh? I see, if Yuno-chan says so, then it must be true. The two folded their arms with pained expressions. Seeing them restrain themselves with a silent resolve of, then we'll just have to wait, Yuno couldn't help but smile faintly. Having someone treat you kindly like that, it was something that made you happy, all on its own. Hee, Suzuha-chan really is popular, huh? Whoa, Yuno-kai, you're the one saying that. And what do you mean by that? Why, you don't have to try to make me say it. Yuno tilted her head and grinned without saying anything more, feigning innocence in a way that was clearly intentional. Then, as if to say, thanks for going along with it, she gave the boy a gentle pat on the back. See you. As if reflecting on having teased them a bit too much, she made her way toward Suzuha, who was quietly studying. Why Yuno-kai? Having received physical contact from the very girl he admired, yet knowing it was only him, a new love-struck boy was born in that moment. Yuno, in a cheerful mood, repeated in her mind the compliment Haruto had received. The guy she hung out with is apparently super handsome. That was the main reason she had done something she normally wouldn't do with the boys in her class. Chapter 5, Before the Event. Aya's point of view. Everyone look, that's 2 in a row. It was Wednesday night, just 3 days before the start of the Ebb Festival. Her concurrent viewers had exceeded 12,000. Lately, she had been consistently drawing 5-digit viewership numbers. And with the word champion displayed on her stream, the Vtuber Aya had been extending her streaming hours in preparation for the upcoming event. Running solo ranked matches, she consistently placed near the top in every game, delivering hours of can't-miss content. Nene, don't you think I'm getting better with this character? After finishing her ABEX match and returning to the home screen, Aya switched into chatting mode and began reading the comments flowing across her submonitor. Comment, you've changed characters and you're already up 300 RP, rank points. Comment, and you're doing it in the highest tier. Comment, even though Aya's main is Octan Lol. Comment, seriously, you're really getting the hang of it. Right, I'm amazing, aren't I? Aya became delighted by all the praise. Since she would be handing her main character over to Oni-chan for the Ebb Festival, Aya had needed to polish her skills with a different character before the event. Judging from her performance, she felt confident that she had made it in time. I've got to keep this momentum going until the Ebb Festival. With our team comp, firepower is the key above all else. Their team was a full-on breakthrough type. 2 fight characters and 1 support, focused on seizing control of areas through sheer firepower. If they couldn't output enough damage and ended up taking too long to secure areas, they'd find themselves stuck in a hellish battlefield and get cleaned up by other teams. And since they were participating in a major event like the Ebb Festival, it was only natural that Aya didn't want to be a burden to the team. That's why she had been streaming longer than usual and playing more ABEX, to make sure she could maintain high performance during the real event. Sorry everyone, I'm out of drinks so I'm gonna go refill. You all take a quick break too. It had been 4 hours since the stream began. During that time, since she'd been talking almost non-stop, even the large cup of tea she'd poured had run out. Comment, see you soon. Comment, come back quick. Comment, I'm heading to the bathroom too. Comment, by the way, I wonder what Aya drinks. I drink barley tea that I brew in a pot. It's the amazing kind, where 1 tea bag makes a whole liter. Comment, wait, you're still here. Comment, lol. Comment, just go already lol. Comment, see you soon. I was looking for background music to play while I'm away. Okay, I'm going for real this time. Silent moments could leave a subtle sense of loneliness. To avoid making her viewers feel that way, Aya switched the screen from the ABEX lobby to a looped animation made by a fan, played some upbeat, rhythmic music, and finally stepped away from her desk. Aya opened the fridge, poured herself some barley tea, and hurried back to her streaming room with quick steps. As she sat back down in her gaming chair and glanced at the comment section again, she noticed something. There were now hostile comments that hadn't been there before she stepped away. "I'm back, everyone. Wait, it kinda looks like there's a fight going on. What happened while I was gone?" Technically, it wasn't something she needed to address. But since it was during a short break, and some viewers who went to the bathroom hadn't returned yet, she chose to bring it up to keep the atmosphere connected. Comment. The moment Aya stepped away, Oni-chan's fans started going wild. Comment, if you're gonna troll, go somewhere else. Comment, let's stop with the negative stuff. Comment, focus only on Aya. When streamers do a collab, and the other party isn't streaming at the same time, their viewers often spill over into the other stream. With over 10,000 concurrent viewers at that moment, it was clear that some of Oni-chan's fans had flowed into Aya's stream. Pausing the fast-moving comment section several times to read through it, Aya gradually began to grasp the situation. "Ah, I get it now. So it looks like some of Oni-chan's viewers came and started posting some criticism about him, and then my viewers got into a fight with them like, 'Don't post that kind of stuff here.' Something like that, right?" This wasn't Oni-chan's channel. Aya's viewers were in the right. Spamming and criticism of others were grounds for being banned. But she also realized that this wasn't just simple trolling, it had a different tone. Why are Oni-chan's fans attacking him? I won't ban anyone, so can someone please tell me? Oni-chan was not only her teammate for the EB festival, but someone she had a bond with outside of that too. She wanted to understand the situation as much as possible. Once she asked the question, a flood of comments came in from people who appeared to be Oni-chan's viewers watching the stream. Comment: there's barely any time left before the EB festival, and that guy's been streaming way less. Comment: his gameplay's been off too, no motivation at all. Comment: even though you a pro gave up your main character for him, he's slacking on practice. Comment: it's a team game, but Oni-chan's the only one who doesn't seem serious. Comment: the only thing he keeps posting is edited videos. Like, get your priorities straight. Comment: for real, Oni-chan's trash. Comment: that's just disrespectful, I used to look up to him. Comment: you guys are totally right. He's not streaming right now either. His stream frequency and hours are seriously down. I see. As Oni-chan's fans began reporting what had been going on, Aya's own viewers, who had just been clashing with them moments ago, started to realize the situation. Once sympathy kicked in, the comment section became even more chaotic. The more passionate a fan is, the more strongly they feel the need to call things out when they believe something's wrong. In a team-based competition, the one perceived as not putting in effort was naturally the easiest target for backlash. Comment: it might be too late, but let's have Rina-san scold him. Seriously. Comment: Aya, you can get mad at him too. Comment: if Oni-chan screws up during the event, it's going to blow up like crazy. Comment: yeah, no doubt about that given how things are now. The viewers who had been keeping the comment section under control were now gone. They had completely shifted into people bashing Oni-chan. It was true that the angry viewers had valid points. It was also true that Oni-chan being criticized might be inevitable, but only if all of that were really, entirely true. Hey everyone, let's calm down for a second. Because they were friends, fellow streamers, and acquaintances in real life, Aya knew things that the viewers couldn't possibly see or understand. You know, everyone, you're really misunderstanding things. Comment: it's not a misunderstanding. Comment: trying to cover for him is a bad move, Aya. Comment: there's no excuse for the drop in his stream frequency and hours. Comment: you should be calling out Oni-chan too, for his sake. Their hostility remained sharp, and that aggression began to turn toward Aya as well. The more she defended him, the more backlash she faced, but Aya was brimming with confidence that she could turn this situation into something entertaining. Because right now, Oni-chan's actually like this, you know. Switching from the animated standby screen back to the ABEX lobby screen, Aya moved her mouse and opened her friends list. Among the dozens of people currently online, she hovered over one particular user, the only one marked as being in the shooting range 58, 19s, having been holed up there for nearly an hour. Comment. What the hell is he doing lol? Comment. 58 minutes in the shooting range lmao. Comment. Just go play ranked already lol. Comment. I've never seen that long of a timer before. The reaction was a mix of disbelief and laughter. Of course it was. After all, the shooting range was usually only used for about 5 to 10 minutes before jumping into the first ranked match. Of course, this would be a different story for beginners, but Oni-chan was a top-ranked player, so the time shown was clearly abnormal, especially considering that Oni-chan was someone who could gather thousands of viewers just by streaming, yet here he was, spending time practicing off-stream without earning a cent from it. See, that's why he's working really hard. Oni-chan's preparing for the event too. Comment, damn, I totally got played by Oni-chan's fans. Comment, he's been practicing like crazy lol. Comment, he's going all in for real. Comment, anyone who is bashing him should apologize. With just this one piece of information, many viewers who had misunderstood Oni-chan now saw the truth. However, some viewers still weren't convinced and remained in the comments. These were likely the ones who were truly passionate about Oni-chan. Comment, that's just him AFK. Comment, he's only pretending to be working hard. Comment, he's hiding something, that's why he's not streaming. Comment, if it were really Oni-chan, he'd stream and earn money. Oh, the AFK theory. It wasn't an entirely off-base opinion. The idea that he wasn't streaming because he was actually just idle did make a kind of logical sense. Comment, Oni-chan haters are persistent lol. Comment, isn't it enough that he's trying his best? Comment, Oni-chan wouldn't leave the game running just to waste electricity. Comment, if he screws up at the actual event, then bash him all you want. As the comment section once again burst into conflict, Aya smiled as she watched the lively debate. Well, I mean, that's possible too, but yesterday morning when I logged in for a bit, Oni-chan had already entered the shooting range at 5:30 am, so I'm pretty sure he was actually practicing. Once again, she slipped in a key detail. Comment, how seriously is he taking this lol? Comment, that's some hardcore solo training lmao. Comment, yeah, no way he'd wake up early just to leave it AFK. Comment, if he had just streamed it, none of this mess would have happened. Some viewers, unable to see the proof, might not believe her, but those who do will choose to trust Aya. This is just my guess, but if he's spending so much time in the shooting range, I think Oni-chan's adjusting his sensitivity settings and is currently getting used to it. Comment, he's definitely preparing for the Ebb Festival in some way. Comment, it must be really tough doing this for so long lol. Comment, it's so cool that he's working hard behind the scenes. Comment, there are still people saying he's just AFKing. Trust in Oni-chan. No comments like, you're just covering for him, appeared, because Aya's reasoning was solid enough to make such accusations seem unfounded. Still, the comments attacking Oni-chan hadn't completely disappeared. But that still doesn't explain why Oni-chan isn't streaming, right? Well, this is just my guess again, but I think it's because streaming while adjusting sensitivity is boring and hard to make interesting. With not much time until the event, he has to focus on his settings. Plus, I think it's hard to make money from streams that aren't fun to watch. Comment, wait a minute, Aya's response is really smooth, isn't it? Comment, I'm starting to suspect Aya knows more about this from Oni-chan himself lol. Comment, even as a joke, don't touch on that lol. Comment, I love how kind Aya is as always. And no, I'm just guessing okay. I haven't heard anything about this from him. Aya did her best to skim past the sharper comments, keeping her tone calm and composed, but her expressive, easy-to-read nature was also one of the reasons she had become so popular. Comment, she's definitely covering for him lmao. Comment, just calling it a guess doesn't make it fly every time, you know. Comment, he probably told her to keep it a secret. Comment, with her character, she really can't afford to let something like that slip lol. Anyways, let's just say that the so-called slacking Oni-chan is actually doing his part, okay. When things get inconvenient, best to cut them off cleanly. Bringing up the friend list again, Aya showed that Oni-chan was still in the shooting range even after more than an hour, broadcasting the elapsed time on screen once more to tie things off neatly. Alright then. I've had my break, so I'm gonna start grinding some ranked matches now. Just as she was giving her usual update and moving to hit the ready button. Comment, at this point, let's just peek into Oni-chan's training session, lol. Comment, take a quick look before starting ranked, come on. Comment, if you peek in, we'll all pretend we never brought up that behind-the-scenes stuff. Comment, it's totally fine if you're teammates. For real. The comment section lit up with an explosive reaction. Comment, please. Comment, we're begging you. Comment, once-in-a-lifetime request. Comment, we'll seriously pretend we didn't hear anything. Staring at the flood of comments streaming down like a waterfall, Aya silently moved her cursor left, right, and left again, visibly torn as she wrestled with the decision. Without uttering a single word, she opened the friend list for the third time, moved the cursor over the ID labeled Oni-chan, and swiftly clicked the Join Party button. Comment, she did it. Lol. Comment, Aya, you're the best. Comment, what a goddess. Comment, but she suddenly stopped talking, lol. After a few seconds of loading, Aya's stream showed her descending into the shooting range. Gunfire rang out immediately. When she turned her camera, there he was. Oni-chan was moving his character, silently practicing his aim at the targets all by himself. Comment, Oni-chan is seriously just shooting non-stop. Comment, this is getting kinda scary, lol. Comment, how does he not notice Aya Elmao? Comment, he's way too focused, I can't. Everyone, what should I do now? Aya had assumed she would be noticed immediately after joining. She had even planned to leave the moment that happened, but caught off guard by the unexpected situation, she couldn't find the right timing to exit. For now, she hid behind a rock, but since she had joined the party, her ID, AC Aya, was clearly displayed in the lower left corner of the screen. Naturally, it was also visible on Oni-chan's screen. Comment, let's just wait until he notices, lol. Comment, what am I even watching Elmao? Comment, she's moving like a cockroach trying not to get caught. Comment, he's clearly practicing with real combat in mind. While Oni-chan had embraced a toxic, entertainer-type persona, his skills were undeniably top tier. He mixed in crouch shooting to avoid getting hit and fired while moving side to side. His movements were so sharp they were worth studying just by watching. The flow of the comment section actually started to slow down, but that didn't last long. Comment, wow, he still hasn't noticed. Comment, this is beyond just being focused. Comment, he's way too oblivious. Comment, what the hell is going on? Not being noticed for several minutes brought the energy back into the comment section. Even Aya found herself laughing at the situation, having finally relaxed a bit. But then, the constant gunfire suddenly stopped. It happened in that instant of silence. Aya, dozens of bullets were suddenly fired into the large rock she was hiding behind. After confirming that the barrage of bullets had stopped, Aya pressed a key to uncrouch and locked eyes with Octane, the character being controlled by Oni-chan. Finally, that moment had arrived. Comment, busted LOL. Comment, wait, wasn't that accuracy insane? Comment, doesn't look good, Aya. Comment, if her body had been showing, she would have been down instantly. Some viewers enjoyed the crisis unfolding, while others were stunned by Oni-chan's recoil control, managing the gun's kickback with incredible precision. Then, as if to push the situation further into chaos, Octane slowly, very slowly, started walking toward her. Comment, scary, scary. Comment, Aya, just run already. Comment, he looks mad, lol. Comment, Aya, do something. What snapped Aya out of being completely caught up in the moment wasn't the comments. Her phone, which was sitting on the desk, suddenly rang. Oni-chan's calling me. Comment, this is like a horror scene, Elmao. Comment, you've got no choice but to answer. Comment, Oni-chan definitely knows what he's doing, lol. Comment, make sure the call audio gets picked up by the stream. Glancing at the comment section, Aya picked up her phone, answered the call, and turned on the speaker. Hello, Oni-chan. I'm streaming Rig. Don't go leaking that I've been at the shooting range since this morning during your stream. And don't sneak in like that. Comment, he's actually mad, lol. Comment, Oni-chan's the best, Elmao. Comment, the mic's peaking hard, haha. Comment, is it okay to yell like that in the middle of the night, lol? Wait a sec, how did that reach you already? I got bombarded with friend requests and tweets while being spammed with messages. SSSS sorry. You just laughed, didn't you? Don't screw with me. Comment, Oni-chan's comebacks are on fire lol. Comment, glad to see he's doing well at least. Comment, finishing work, grinding the range for an hour and still yelling like that. Respect lol. Comment, no wonder Aya laughed. As Aya got chewed out hard, the comment section burst into laughter. Oni-chan, having delivered exactly what everyone wanted, left one final line, "Get out," before abruptly hanging up the call. Hee, I'm out. Returning her phone to the desk, Aya obediently followed his words and exited the shooting range. Comment, Oni-chan's delivery was absolutely flawless. Comment, this actually brought them closer together lol. Comment, nah, the group's a total mess elmao. Comment, the fact that Rina wasn't here is a damn tragedy. As Aya returned to the ABEX lobby, the energy in the comment section was at its peak, thanks to Oni-chan. It was only fitting for a streamer who had gathered over 200,000 subscribers on his own channel. He really was amazing. Aya shared that thought on stream, then pressed the ready button and waited for the ranked match to begin. And during that moment, "Thanks for jumping in, let's both keep doing our best." Seeing the message Haruto had sent after their call, Aya quietly felt her chest warm with emotion. Section. Rina's point of view. The following day, under the beautiful stars and the full moon in the night sky. Yufufu, that person really works hard, doesn't he? If he weren't doing that toxic type of content, I would have scouted him into our streamer division. He's definitely a creator who'll grow even more from here on out, and he's great at both being considerate and collaborating. Hehe, you're totally praising Oni-chan, huh? Of course I am. I like people who give their all to what's right in front of them, just like Rina-chan. Thanks. Oh my, you don't have to get so flustered. I am not flustered or anything. Rina, who could get along with anyone and was always full of cheer. Rina, the master of teasing others. Yet she had one person, just one, who always managed to throw her off her game. Someone she could never win against. And someone she deeply respected, the owner of Axis Crown, Chiyo. She was currently on the phone with her. Wait, Chiyo-san, you already knew? That Oni-chan had been holed up in the shooting range for over an hour. Of course, I didn't hear it directly, but it seems Aya-chan decided to poke at him a little. Her tone laced with amusement, Chiyo let out a soft chuckle. When someone was seriously dedicating themselves to something, Chiyo considered it off-limits for interference and made such behavior a target of her lectures. However, she was also flexible enough to see things as an exception when both parties involved were in agreement. So info like that gets to you real fast, kinda scary. This time, it was mostly because the clipped video had such a big reaction. It even showed up on the official Twitter. It has to be that one. The one titled, "The Trolling Executioner Aya," with a thumbnail showing how long Oni-chan was in the shooting range. Foo, correct. The editor's sense really shone in that one, didn't it? Over 200K views in less than a day. Seriously amazing. Mutual respect from every angle. There was a certain comfort in their conversation that was hard to put into words. You can't afford to lose either, Rina-chan. Of course not. I'm surrounded by younger teammates who are all tough as hell, and I'm lucky to be in a team I have absolutely zero complaints about. Flatter me all you want, I'm not giving you anything. Aw man, I was hoping that it would. Come to the office right now, would you? Time for a little scolding. Please, anything but that. Even though Rina usually gave off an older sister aura, both on and off stream, in front of Chiyo, she turned into the youngest sibling. This too was simply proof of how much she trusted her. Wait, Chiyo-san, are you at the office this late? That's right, I'm helping review the footage for the EB Festival. Though, since it's already the final version, there's really nothing to point out. Still, it feels like everyone's always relying on you. At just 24, Chiyo had built a professional gaming team that could easily be called prestigious. It wasn't just her skill and leadership, but also her ability to build goodwill that stood out. Being so popular is exhausting, you know. You say that, and yet you're still single. You haven't dated anyone either. Well, that's true. So I guess we're comrades. I guess you're right. Some might think that Chiyo only shows a special level of intimacy with Rina, but that's a misunderstanding. The truth was, she treated everyone this way. Her refined appearance and polite manner of speaking might make her seem hard to approach at first. But once you interact with her, you quickly notice the charming gap in her personality. This is also one of the reasons why the owner is so well liked. Hey, Chio's voice shifted to a serious tone as she spoke. Would you mind listening to how I'm feeling right now? What is it? I really, really want to play a game. If what? That came out of nowhere. I mean, I get that reviewing the EB festival footage could get you fired up, but still. Right, so I think you already know what I'm about to say. Of course, I'd be happy to play, but don't you think using your owner privileges for this kind of thing is a bit much? Aya-chan has a collab stream until midnight, right? Right now, you're about the only one I can invite, and games are always more fun with others. I see, understood. Being the owner of a professional gaming team came with all kinds of responsibilities and things to be cautious about. Rina understood that perfectly, yet couldn't quite hide her joy as she started adjusting her plans. After making plans to game together from 11 p.m. So then, what was it you wanted to talk about? You said you'd like to call me, after all. Chio smoothly shifted to the main topic. Yeah. About that, the EB festival starts the day after tomorrow, right? Foo-foo, for you, Rina-chan, you're being unusually careful with your words. Are you trying to bring up something difficult? Why, yeah, sort of. She had already known she'd be seen through. Scratching her cheek with an awkward smile, Rina opened her mouth. So, this is gonna sound super selfish, okay. I'm just gonna say it, okay. Go ahead, speak your mind. I, really want you to watch the EB festival, Chio-san. And if I could get your thoughts afterward, that'd make me really happy. Ara. Knowing how busy she was, Rina naturally hesitated. Even so, she spoke up, because she wanted someone she respected to see it, because she wanted to hear kind words from her. So, what do you think? Is it possible? What are you talking about? A team member is participating, of course I'm going to watch. I've already made time for it. Wait, for real? Yep, for real. Yes. Rina did a victory pose, kicking her feet excitedly. That was how happy she was about the news. Results are important, of course, but since this is a casual event, make sure you enjoy it to the fullest. Got it. It wasn't a video call, so none of it was visible, but Rina gave a sharp salute, grinning from ear to ear. Oh, and one more thing, I know that it's a bit late to mention this, but thanks for letting us do this with Oni-chan. Thanks to that, I got to have a super fun collab last time. I'm glad to hear that. In that case, your thank you gift will be making sure I have a good time at 11 p.m., understood? Niha, just leave it to me. So yeah, I'll be waiting for your message after work. Thanks. If I end up running late, I'll let you know in advance. Okay. With a bright and cheerful reply, Rina ended the call, narrowed her eyes happily, and quickly booted up ABEX. And so, at 11:10 p.m., Rina and Chio's ABEX session began. By midnight, Aya also joined them, and the trio tore through their opponents with ease. One of the casualties was a toxic streamer who had been grinding solo ranked matches to record footage for their channel. That entire scene was perfectly recorded on Rina and Aya's streams. Comment, he really got destroyed lol. Comment, no surprise when 3 of them surround you. Comment, he's probably slamming his desk right now. Comment, props to him for giving us good content. Once again, Oni-chan earned praise, not just for his performance, but for creating entertaining moments. Section, Haruto's point of view. The day before the EB festival, under the setting evening sky. Inside a stylishly booked cafe. Since you mercilessly crushed me yesterday, I've come to return the favor. Eek cold, W8 Haruto-kun. Haha, long time no see, Aya-san. While joking around, Haruto mischievously pressed the cold fruit tea bottle against the back of Aya's hand. Haruto-kun, you were working today. You weren't at the register, so I thought you had the day off. I guess it's because you checked right as I went for my break. Honestly, I was surprised too. I looked at the cameras in the staff room and saw you in here. Wait, is it okay? Yeah. As they continued chatting, Haruto saw Aya softening her expression while organizing the university study materials spread out on the table. Her gesture clearly said, go ahead and sit. But isn't that for your university assignment? Wouldn't it be a bother if I stayed too long? That's not true at all. I'd rather you sit down than leave. Really? Really? Then I'll take you up on that, thanks. Don't mention it. Though he understood it was just a way to put him at ease, Haruto still felt his heartbeat quicken a little. Feeling genuinely happy, he sat down and quickly picked up the conversation. Still, I didn't expect you to drop by today, Aya-san. I figured you'd be resting up for the event tomorrow. Fufu, seems like we're thinking the same thing. That's why I didn't imagine you were just on break either, when I didn't see you at the register. Ah, that explains it. Honestly, I would have liked to take the day off if I could. But well, after getting steamrolled by a certain team yesterday, I wanted to squeeze in a bit of practice time. Though he kept his words vague out of consideration for the nearby customers, the smirk on Aya's face showed she understood perfectly. Really, thanks for that match yesterday, Haruto-kun. Huh, I don't think I did anything worth being thanked for. That's not true. You changed your playstyle just to make sure you'd run into us, didn't you? I noticed because your kill log barely showed up after the early game. The kill log was a system that displayed on screen which player had defeated whom. Thanks to that, one could tell when they were matched with a famous player or which team was dominating the field. Wow, you can figure that out just from that. Since Haruto-kun is the kind of player who actively goes for kills, it's especially easy to notice with you. I see, yeah, I did change my playstyle for that one match. But that was just because I wanted to fight a certain full team head-on. You say that, but it was to make our stream more exciting, right? Ugh. As Aya leaned in with a skeptical look, Haruto sensed that she had more or less caught on. Well, even if I had that in mind, it was like 90% about the fight, 10% maybe about the stream. Actually, wasn't it more like 50-50? No. If anything, I'd accept 80-20. Then let's settle on 40-60. Absolutely not. Then it's 50-50. Okay, this topic is officially closed. Fufu, Haruto-kun really is just like always. A losing battle. Haruto used a sip of his fruit tea as an excuse to shut his mouth, but from his reactions, Aya seemed more than convinced. And even while chatting, she had clearly kept her brain working. With her pen in hand, Aya smoothly filled in 2 blank sections of her assignment with neat handwriting. Watching her, something crossed Haruto's mind. Hey, Aya-san, this is a bit of a change in topic, but is this the only university assignment you have right now? Actually, I've still got 3 more reports to write. Is that okay? What about the deadlines? Having never attended university himself, Haruto didn't know the details, but he did know that missing deadlines could affect one's credits. If you ask whether I'm okay, I can't really say I am, but worst case, I could just skip university for a day and power through it, so it's still manageable. I see. Skipping university to do assignments. The very fact that such a thought crossed her mind clearly showed she was under a lot of pressure. Between her daily university classes, streaming, preparing for the EB festival, and editing her own videos. With so many things piling up, and the need to maintain her stream's popularity while also earning enough to cover tuition, it was no wonder her priorities were all over the place. By the way, just checking, is your schedule set up so you're actually getting enough sleep? Of course I am. Are you really? It wasn't so much intuition as it was that her overly quick response raised suspicion. The moment he questioned it, it showed. Aya blatantly averted her eyes. Aya-san. When he pressed further, she put down her pen and covered both eyes with her hands. She was clearly trying hard to dodge the issue, but her attempt was way too obvious. Just so you know, my body's on the tougher side, so that doesn't mean it's okay to push yourself, right? That's something I picked up from my Yamato. Haha, I really have no comeback for that. Well, there are times when the only option is to cram everything in. I get that feeling all too well. Ever since it became just him and Yuno as a family, he had felt this kind of thing even more deeply. That's precisely why he knew a small way to help. Aya-san, how long are you planning to stay here today? I'm planning to hang in there until I finish my assignment, so probably until you finish your shift, Haruto-kun. Then, if you end up staying until the end, how about the 2 of us swing by the supermarket real quick? Even just having a few nutritional drinks might help. If you say stuff like that, I might end up relying on you, you know. I'd actually prefer it if you did. I'm even looking forward to going shopping with you. Then, I'll take you up on that. With Aya glancing up at him, Haruto nodded deeply, continuing with a smile. And until I'm off work, I'll serve you drinks or whatever you need, so just come ask anytime. That's going too far. It's fine. Anyway, my break's about over, so I'll head back to work. Ah, okay, got it. Then, let's both do our best with the time we have left. Haha, thanks. With that exchange over, Haruto quickly picked up his empty drink and made his way back to the staff room. Aya watched his back until he was out of sight. She then spread her textbooks and assignments back out across the table, and her expression softened. She had come to the cafe to make progress on her assignments, but now she had also made plans to go shopping with Haruto. Just that alone made Aya feel like coming today was worth it. From there, things continued. 2 whole boxes, that's 20 bottles. If you've got space for them, it's way better to have them. Wanna go for a 3rd box too? Wah. Then 2 is enough. Alright, let's stick with 2 for now. Just as promised, Aya stopped by the 24-hour supermarket, and when Haruto, without hesitation, tried to add a 3rd box of energy drinks into the shopping basket, she flailed a bit and grabbed his arm to stop him in a panic. But that wasn't the end of it. Hey Aya-san, doesn't this look pretty good? A steam eye mask. It says something amazing here, relieves tension from deep within. Ah, that one's super popular, apparently. Rina-san uses it all the time. Really? Then maybe we should get 4 boxes. Shouldn't 2 boxes be enough? This one's definitely a 4-box item. And if you don't use them, we can always give them to Rina-san. Right. Then 3 boxes. 4 it is. Mo, teehee. Pawn. One after another, Haruto dropped them into the shopping basket, and at this point, Aya could do nothing but surrender. Everything in the shopping cart was a gift from him. To help her recover faster when she pushed herself too hard. To help her feel better quickly when she was exhausted. Those were the feelings packed into each item. That's why, just the act of him trying to buy so much for her made Aya truly happy. To think that he cared about her this much. That thought came through so strongly in that moment, her heart couldn't help but race. What else might be good, I wonder? Is there anything you've been interested in, Aya-san? Actually, I've run out of bath salts. All right, then let's head to the next aisle. Okay. Having decided where to go next, Aya walked beside Haruto, so close their shoulders brushed, closing the distance between them just slightly, but deliberately. Because he was so focused on shopping, it was easy for her to do what she wanted in that moment. Since their shopping felt just like what a couple living together might do, she couldn't help but get swept up in that feeling a little. Oh, let's buy lots of bath salts too. Look, it even says here it helps with fatigue and shoulder stiffness. Thank you so much then. Is it okay if I pick this Aroma Night one? Of course. Yay. Not because she really wanted it. Not because she was picky about it. Aya chose the bath salt because it was the one Haruto had picked up first. Wouldn't it be fine to grab 2 or 3 more boxes? It'd make bath time more fun if you had lots of kinds, right? Again, that many. Well, if you have the space for them, it's not a loss, right? Come on, pick 3 more that catch your eye. Wait a minute. 3 more boxes are definitely too much. It's fine, the more the merrier. If I can't use them all, then you'll come over and use them, right? You're making me buy all of this stuff, so you'll have to help me finish them. Haha, then I'll come over and use them when that actually happens. No matter what she said, he had no intention of changing his mind. The fact that he was being so generous and going out of his way to spoil her made her heart feel warmer and warmer. Living alone, she could really feel the difference. If someone like him were always by my side, I'd feel so much more at ease. Everything would be so much more fun. At that moment, she truly envied his younger sister. Take it easy. I'm more worried about you, Haruto-kun. You're spending so much money. If you're worried about that, I'd be happy if you didn't push yourself too hard. Your reasoning sounds a bit unfair. People who say they're strong tend to push themselves too much. And there was one more thing. It was a moment that let her see a side of Haruto that was beyond her control. Some people might dislike this kind of meddling, but when someone you care about does it with kindness, it's a happiness that words can't even express. That's a point that applies to you too, you know. Haha, that's probably true. Moo. Seeing his natural smile, so close to her made Aya's heart race, almost to the point of breathlessness. The fact that she had instinctively come up with an excuse to invite him over by saying, "Come use them," instead of just handing him the bath salts. The fact that, without realizing it, she had wished for him to come over. Aya realized that her feelings for Haruto were deepening. Section Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6, The Ebb Festival, a large-scale casual tournament. On the day of the Ebb Festival, where the goal was to win through the team's kill count and ranking performance, the mainstream of the event, which was being run by the four-person team of the host, commentators, analyst, and overseers, already had over 120,000 viewers. The combined subscriber count of the 60 participating streamers in the event likely surpassed 30 million. And now, those streamers, each with large individual fan bases, were mirroring the mainstream on their own channels while they waited. The time was 5:30 p.m., with less than 30 minutes remaining before the game began. Wow, this is incredible. I'm actually in the tournament. Comments, how many times are you going to say that lol? Comments, they're even laughing at you, man. Comments, not gonna say anything back to them. Comments, well, it's probably an event he's been watching until now, so let's let it slide. Oni-chan, who had entered the Ebb Festival server on Diacord created by the organizers, was connected to the voice channel with Rina and Aya. He was watching the main stream of the event without even noticing that his teammates were hearing his voice. Hey, Oni-chan, are you nervous? I am not, I'm totally fine. Seriously. Be honest, Oni-chan. I'm insanely nervous. Nice. Why yeah. Comments, lol. Comments, shouldn't they be worried Elmao? Comments, he's probably going into the match with trembling hands lol. Comments, I like the team vibe. The comment section erupted with amusement, but Oni-chan was so nervous that his field of vision had narrowed too much to even notice. Because, while he was wrapped in tension, the host on the main stream had brought up the team chart on screen, and the three commentators, including the play-by-play announcer, analyst, and overseer, had jumped right into discussing it. Here's another question. Which team are you all keeping an eye on? Well, let's see, I'm interested in all the teams. But if I had to choose, I'd say Team 5, which is made up entirely of women. I heard they became champions twice during team practice, so I'm expecting to see some standout coordination from them. I see, what about you two? For me, it's definitely Team 20. Not only do we have Rina-san and Aiga-san from Axis Crown, but there's also that mysterious Oni-chan, who I can't quite put into words. It's a unique trio, and I think a lot of people are paying attention to this team. Stop that. Don't put that kind of pressure on me. From what I've heard, though I won't say what exactly, this team is apparently highly motivated. It wouldn't hurt for the other teams to stay on their toes. Will this get chaotic? Yes. Well, there might be a change in vibe when we shift to their perspective. That said, we hope all of you will still enjoy the show as always. Just as the host wrapped everything up beautifully. Comments, are they seriously doing that lol? Comments, they got official approval for it too. Comments, they've got nerves of steel Elmao. Comments, as expected of a casual tournament. Comments, can't wait to see what happens. Comments, good luck lol. Comments, this could get crazy. Comments, no, this is how it should be. The comment section on the mainstream sped up to the point where it was impossible to keep up with it by eye. Come on, they're going too far with that. Oh, Oni-chan, your tone is getting kinda weird. That's not true, you're imagining things, right, Rina-senpai? Nice pass there, Oni-chan. But I can only say that you're overthinking it. Ahem. Comments, she shut that down fast lol. Comments, as expected of Rina-san lol. Comments, now I see why Oni-chan calls her senpai. Comments, even the hosts seem to be having a blast. Even in a large-scale event like this, the two of them, and the comment section, treated him the same way they always did. Thanks to that, Oni-chan was able to relax a little. Phew. 25 minutes remained until the start of the first match. Taking a deep breath to further ease his nerves, Oni-chan kept watching the mainstream, and something came to mind. It was something he had learned in the past, back when he enjoyed the Ebb Festival as just a regular viewer. Oh, right, shouldn't you two be going around greeting the other streamers? I think during this time, it's allowed to hop into other teams' voice channels, right? If we did that, you'd be left all alone, Oni-chan. Why you didn't have to say that so definitively? Hehe. Well, either way, this is the best case scenario for me, so it's fine. You two should go crash other teams and promote our team. Okay, if you're going that far, I'll take you up on that. Understanding his feelings, Rina responded right away. In events like this, if people became overly considerate, it could create an awkward atmosphere. So their casual, natural attitude was something Oni-chan genuinely appreciated. When asked, "Aren't you going to jump into other channels too, Oni-chan?" he gave a firm shake of the head. Unlike the other two, he had no real connection with the other streamers, and his character was originally that of someone unlikable. Maybe during the match, he could get away with it, but before the match, he had no intention of misjudging the distance between himself and others. Haruto was someone who understood his place well. "All right then, Aki, wanna go stir things up a bit while we say hello?" "Why yeah, let's go stir it up. We'll be back 10 minutes before the match starts, okay Oni-chan?" "We're off." "Got it." As he responded to the two, the ding sound of them leaving the voice channel played, and Team 20 became a team of one. Comments, "Those two are seriously so kind lol." Comments, "They weren't going to leave until Oni-chan said something, were they?" Comments, "No wonder they're so popular." Comments, "Oni-chan did great too, sending them off like that." Though Oni-chan's stream suddenly quieted down, his concurrent viewers increased by 4,000. What's he gonna do on his own? Rina and Aya's viewers probably started tuning in at the same time, curious. And being alone during this time was something Oni-chan had anticipated in advance. Comments, "Now he's all alone." Comments, "So quiet, it doesn't feel like an event at all." Comments, "Don't worry about it, Oni-chan." Comments, "You're entertaining, you'll be fine." Kind viewers offered words of comfort, not knowing he had already prepared something to fill this moment. All right. This is a bit sudden, but with over 10,000 people watching this stream right now, I'm guessing I'm not the only one out here who's feeling kinda isolated, yeah. So today might be a turning point for some of you. I want to talk a bit about something I've never really shared before, about my student days. Comments, "Whoa, now that's an intriguing topic lol." Comments, "Are we about to get some real good storytelling?" Comments, "I won't forgive you if this is a lie." Comments, "Tell us already." Checking the comments and seeing the overwhelming response, Oni-chan confirmed the hook had landed. This was as good as it gets. Relieved and feeling more at ease, Oni-chan began to speak about the story he had pieced together in his mind. "It all started back when I was a student. Someone in my family passed on, and the situation got to the point where I had no choice but to go out and work." Comments, "Whoa, that's heavy." Comments, "What kind of story is this?" Comments, "Should we just stop now?" Comments, "Is this going to have a happy end?" The comment section was filled with worry and uncertainty. But Oni-chan had seriously thought about this story, believing it might truly serve as a turning point for someone out there. He didn't intend for it to be a depressing tale. As he continued talking alone in the voice channel, Tirun, the sound of someone entering the voice channel, rang out twice. "Oni-chan, sorry to keep you waiting." "We're back, Oni-chan." Oh. Welcome back. So it's already 10 minutes before the match, huh?" "Hee, just like we said, we stirred up a bunch of trouble. They even said, 'Do that and we'll hit you back just as hard.'" "Seriously? Well done, then." With Rina and Aiga returning to the voice channel, Oni-chan's solo talk session came to an end. Comments, "Wait, what? That was the longest setup ever." Comments, "He was just getting into the student story, wasn't he?" Comments, "You've gotta be kidding. Ever heard of timing?" Comments, "Finish the story." A flood of regretful and frustrated comments surged through the chat like a tidal wave. Typing out, "My bad, I seriously messed up the timing." Oni-chan pinned the message temporarily to address the situation. At that exact moment, the event organizers sent the private match participation code through Diacord. "Everyone, be careful not to show the code on stream." "Got it." "Roger." After hearing Rina's warning, Oni-chan triple-checked that his stream screen was off. Once he entered the code and joined the match, he brought the stream back online. Now, what reflected in Oni-chan's eyes was the sight of each slot from Team 1 to Team 20 rapidly filling up with famous streamers. Preparations for the first match of the Ebb Festival were quickly coming together. And then, the clock struck 6 p.m., the opening of the Ebb Festival. Each team landed at their designated landmarks and the first match began. Comments, "This is awful lol." Comments, "Maybe this is what you get for being the team that provokes others." Comments, "But it's funny though." Comments, "Even I feel a bit bad for them now lol." A stream of comments flowed, some laughing, some sympathetic, some full of kindness. You know, This really has nothing to do with our skill, right? Yeah, I think so too. Honestly, yeah, I didn't expect this at all, to be honest. While watching the match screen showed 15 squads remaining in the upper right corner, the three exchanged conversation. In short, Oni-chan, Aya, and Rina's team had placed 16th out of 20 teams in this crucial first match. But fortunately, even the viewers could only nod and agree that it couldn't be helped. None of the three had been able to pick up strong armor, nor did they manage to grab any of their most used weapons. Instead, they were only blessed with healing items, a matter of pure loot luck. As a hyper-aggressive team comp, this was an unfortunate draw. Prioritizing gathering supplies for a time, they ended up surrounded by two other parties and were taken down. Such was the tragedy that unfolded in the first match. But well, I guess it's because my call was too bold. Seriously, my bad, I really do regret it. Nah, we're only aiming for first place anyway. Rina-san's call wasn't wrong at all. Even if we'd played it safe with those items, we'd have gotten wiped eventually. And we can't loot much after the early game anyway, so even I would have gone with a risky play. Oni-chan's totally right. Plus, considering the gear we had, the fact that we managed to down two enemies even while getting pinched is pretty damn impressive. Hee, hearing that really helps. Comments, thanks Oni-chan. Comments, dude, you really need to stop with the toxic persona lol. Comments, this is such a great atmosphere, it's actually easy to watch. Comments, if you mess up again, I'll forgive you at least once. Reading what seemed to be comments from Rina's fans, Oni-chan muted the Diacord voice channel for a moment and muttered into his stream, "What the hell are you even saying?" A lone Tsukomi directed at the chat. Oni-chan hadn't meant to comfort Rina or cover for her, he had simply expressed what he genuinely felt. After unmuting the voice channel, he immediately resumed speaking to the two of them. Let's keep going like this next time too. Falling flat in the beginning just gets me even more fired up. I'm counting on you, Oni-chan, though I'm getting comments like don't get cocky. Ban them without mercy. That's gotta be one of my haters. Ruthless, huh? Hee in my comment section, someone wrote, that was a cool thing to say. Oni-chan's aim was shaking at the start though. That one gets banned too. That too. Comments, lol. Comments, what's our Ida gonna do? Comments, looking forward to the next game. Comments, keep pushing till the end. As they joked around with their teammates and enjoyed the flowing reactions in the comment section, they kept their eyes glued to the match, watching intently for the next 20 minutes. Team 3, having triumphed in the final 3v3 shootout, proudly claimed victory as the champions of the first match. Aya gave a pure and cheerful, "Congratulations." Rina, without holding back, praised them with a loud, nicely done. Even though their own results hadn't been great, the two still offered sincere and uplifting words. Listening to their voices, Oni-chan applauded in recognition of Team 3's performance. Comments, what happened to being toxic lol? Comments, your character's already falling apart, huh? Comments, you probably want to say it out loud too, right? Comments, it's okay to be honest, you know. By not putting praise into words, Oni-chan avoided standing out, and his character remained intact, two birds with one stone. But it was clear to everyone what he was really feeling. Moments like this were not the time to be looking at the comments. The second match starts in 5 minutes, right? Yep. There'll be a break before the third match, so let's give it our all this round. Oh, the way you said that. Does that mean Ayaki was holding back in the first match? WL. If I pop off right from the start, you're gonna see a different me. That's supposed to be my job, don't go stealing it. What? Rina-san, that line was totally bait. Don't just go throwing it at me. Comments, lol. Comments, poor Aya, she's getting picked on Elmao. Comments, Rina-san is definitely in the wrong there though. Comments, these three have their roles completely nailed down. Their cheerful banter didn't at all resemble that of a team that had just placed 16th. And after a short wait, once all 60 players were ready, the next match began, sending them into the map for the second round. Let's go all out this time. No excuses now. Please let us have better item luck this time. Just like in the first match, they dropped from the airship onto their designated landmark. To keep pace with the other teams, they looted efficiently, calling out any items they found as they moved. And then, once the three regrouped and finished swapping gear, they all smirked with confidence. Hey guys, With this setup, how about we just charge in? Yep, I'm all for it. Same here, let's make up for that first match. Niha, just as expected from our two attackers. It was still early in the match, so they couldn't say their equipment and supplies were perfect. But for an initial looting phase, their luck had been near flawless. What's more, their strategy to crush opponents before they could gear up was highly effective, especially considering their attack-specialized team composition. The bolder they played, the more their setup could shine, and now was the perfect moment to take that shot. All right then, this time let's take out the enemy and gear up. Search start. Okay, Oni-chan, take the lead. Got it, I'll leave the sides to you. Comments, if the other teams don't get their gear fast, they're gonna suffer. Comments, I'm really looking forward to this one. Comments, this comp becomes unstoppable once they get momentum lull. Comments, go all out for real. Unlike the first match where things didn't go as planned, this time they were able to execute the aggressive playstyle their composition was for perfectly, quickly turning the game into a chaotic round. Gunfire echoed through the grassy plains. Last one's behind the shed, I'm popping a heel. I'm charging straight in. I'll flank from the left. With Aya giving precise intel, Oni-chan cutting off the escape route, and Rina executing a textbook flank, they moved with sharp coordination. Ayaki, once you're healed, keep watch around us. Got it. With flawless coordination and crisp instructions flying between them, they eliminated the last enemy who had retreated behind the shed, wiping out the entire squad. It was at that moment, a different squad just ran into the tunnel. Aya spotted the party that couldn't close in fast enough retreating due to how quickly they'd finished the fight. Their next move was decided instantly. Then let's hit them next. We've already scouted this area, so we won't get flanked. Got it. Yeah. Following Rina's command, they looted the defeated enemies, upgrading their gear, ammo, and healing items. To ensure their next target wouldn't escape, they pushed into the tunnel. Only 10 teams remained. Constantly on the move and launching attacks whenever they spotted enemies, the team had already taken down 3 squads, 9 players in total, when they encountered a 4th squad lying in wait beyond the tunnel in the barren wasteland. Sorry, I need to heal. I cracked the armor on the guy to the right. Charging ahead and returning damage while taking fire from all 3 opponents, Oni-chan barely managed to retreat behind a rock with slivers of health left. Thanks for baiting them out. Rina-san, I need a dome up front. Already through it. I'm watching the one on the right, looks like they're mid-heal. Thanks, I downed the one on the left. Wow. Rina deployed her ability before even being asked. And Aya, trusting that the protective dome would be there in time, recklessly took down one enemy even in a 2v3 disadvantage. Watching the flawless coordination while healing, Oni-chan quickly regrouped with the other 2. Now that they had the numbers advantage, the most crucial thing was preventing the downed enemy from being revived and turning it back into an even fight. This is gonna be a real burden on you, Oni-chan, but can you circle left and increase our lines of fire? They'll probably throw up a wall to revive. Then I'll pop a stim and go. Note: apparently this is an ability of Octane from Apex. Description: increase walk speed by 30% and sprint speed by 40% for 6 seconds. Costs health to use. Reduction to slows while active. Just be careful not to get downed. Just like Rina, he used his ability to boost his movement speed and began rotating to the left. Dodging enemy fire with character control and taking cover behind obstacles, he steadily widened their area of control. And the strategy worked perfectly. Forced to deal with 2 separate angles from just 2 people, the enemy couldn't manage a revive, and the overwhelming final push wiped them out completely. All 3 of them crouched and stood repeatedly at the spot, firing into the sky in a mocking display, before setting off again in search of their next targets. Section: other team's point of view. No way, wait, isn't that the team which taunted us from before? Damn it. Wow, that's brutal. The fight sure didn't even last long. The team that had won the first match had just been wiped out by Team 20 in the wasteland zone. Watching from the spectator screen, the 3 voiced their reactions, keeping the energy up in their streams in their own way. Comments: the firepower is no joke. Comments: this team has already taken out 12 people. Comments: their rush is terrifying. Comments: next it's time for revenge. Comments: they didn't even get to do much. Comments: Rina-san and Aya-san are taunting too lol. Comments, the mainstream immediately switched to their point of view. Elmao. Comments, the MC and commentators were laughing too lol. Since the stage had been set with their earlier interruption before the Ebb Festival started, the comments section didn't turn toxic. Instead, it was filled with laughter. Honestly, the moment they threw that dome, I knew we'd lost. For me, it was when Octane rushed in with that nonsensical movement. They were seriously amazing. Comments, yeah, Rina-chan's support was really something. Comments, if that hadn't happened, they definitely would have taken down Aya. Comments, how the hell does Oni-chan move like that WTF lol? Comments, he dodged so cleanly lol. Comments, they chased when they really didn't have to lol. Comments, that team was starving for kill points. Momentum is truly terrifying, and it felt like a moment where they had completely outplayed them. Come to think of it, how did a team playing at this level end up in 16th place in the first match? They basically died instantly. According to the comments, they went to pick a fight despite not having much loot and got sandwiched and wiped out. Seriously, that's actually kind of impressive. Of course, information from viewers wasn't always reliable. It was hard to believe, but after this massacre, their theory felt far too credible. With viewers reacting the same way as the streamers, another 15 minutes passed as they continued spectating. 3 squads remained. The final battle was about to begin. Team 1, down to 2 members, had taken cover behind a large rock in the open field. Team 11, still with all 3 members, was inside one of the rectangular buildings on the plain. Team 20, also with all 3 members alive, was inside the other rectangular building on the same plain. All squads had visual contact with their enemies, and from an aerial view, each team's positioning formed a perfect triangle. This is getting intense. Which team's gonna take it? They better start moving, safe zones closing in. All teams still had a shot at victory, and every remaining player fully understood the timing and pressure of the shrinking safe zone. Still, no one could move, because the moment they did, they'd be showered with bullets from 2 teams. Streamers and viewers alike held their breath as they watched for several tense seconds. And then, to break the stalemate, a single person moved. Injecting a stim to boost movement speed, they burst out of the building and used their character's ultimate, a jump pad. Launching off it at full speed, Octane soared across the plains like a flying bullet. Whoa, he went for it. By cutting across every enemy's line of fire, he exposed himself to 5 different shots. In an instant, his armor was completely shredded, his health down to about 5 team member, deep in the red. And yet, he didn't go down. He landed behind a small rock just in time. While cutting off all enemy lines of fire once again, he healed and restored his armor. Returning to a nearly unscathed state, he secured a position that gave his team a major advantage. Yua, that was seriously impressive, Oni-chan. I can't believe you took that spot. Looks like this one's decided. Holding on like that was amazing. The mainstream's comment section exploded with excitement. It was a play that massive. Unlike the 2 remaining teams who now had to fight their way into the shrinking safe zone, his team had already secured it. They could now shoot from effective angles while enemies clashed, or focus on covering their teammates to help them enter the zone safely. Being able to adapt and choose the best response for the situation, that would be the deciding factor for victory. Section, Oni-chan's point of view. We're gonna win the match 3-2. Yay. Ayaki, you can do better. W will mow down the enemy. Yeah. Ew. After a break, match 3 began. Team 20, who had secured the most kill points in match 2 and claimed the championship, descended onto the battlefield with unstoppable momentum. Or so it should have been. Zai. After looting their starting area and regrouping, the 3 of them fell silent while exchanging supplies. They all stood still, to the point they had to actually talk it through. Hey, what do we do about this? Seriously, what else is there to do? Shouldn't we just go for bold looting like in the first match? Picking at scraps isn't gonna help. Why yeah, this really isn't enough to feel safe with. Yeah, we can't even bring out our real firepower like this. They pulled a subpar set of supplies, to the point where the comments were filled with reactions like, can RNG really be this bad? Aiming for better loot, they headed to a high loot area. And just like in the first match, Team 20 got wiped out. The mockery they dished out earlier came back to bite them, and now they were the ones being mocked. Comments, they didn't learn their lesson lol. Comments, such a waste. Comments, they really settling on nothing less than a win, huh? Comments, what are they even doing lol? In the third match, they went from champion to dead last, an unprecedented turn of events that left a mark on the event. The one-night-only big event, the Ebb Festival, ran from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. The main team battle royale came to an end, and the results were announced on the mainstream. First match, 16th place. Second match, 1st place. Third match, 20th place. Fourth match, 1st place. Fifth match, 13th place. These were the results for Team 20, consisting of Oni-chan, Aya, and Rina. 12th place in ranking points. 1st place in kill points. Such an extremely lopsided performance landed them in 5th place overall. While they didn't make the top 3 and thus missed out on prize money, the team ended up being the talk of the event, being prime material for teasing by other streamers, viewers, and the hosts running the mainstream. Section. The after party? Hell no, I'm not going. I'm seriously not going, so go have fun without me. Later. After watching the end of the mainstream of Ebb Festival all the way to the conclusion. Turning down the invitation from Aya and Rina, Oni-chan had also left the voice channel and was now streaming solo. Phew, well, it was kind of fun, I guess. Thanks for watching, guys. Just for today, I'm especially grateful. Comments, hope you get invited again. Comments, you should have gone to the after party. Comments, you were surprisingly accepted, huh? Comments, missed your chance to expand your connections. HMPH, I'm not the kind of guy who takes social nuances seriously. I'll just accept the sentiment and leave it at that. While locking his eyes onto the not-so-unwelcome comments, Oni-chan firmly made his stance clear. Anyway, I should probably talk about my thoughts on today. About participating in the Ebb Festival for the first time. To be real with you, we could have easily gotten at least 3rd overall. If we had kept it cool, we would have walked away with some prize money. Comments, he really said it lol. Comments, no lies detected. Comments, they didn't even get a single placement point in match 3 and still ended up 5th overall lol. Comments, way too many kill points too. Most viewers were probably thinking the same thing. The comment section sped up noticeably, and among those, one comment, which he didn't acknowledge out loud but could only nod at, caught his eye. Comments, you getting teased by everyone had more value than prize money. Something he'd been consciously avoiding until now. That was the current concurrent viewership count. It was definitely temporary, but having been mentioned by other streamers who participated in the Ebb Festival, his current viewership had now surpassed 25,000. A number he'd never even imagined before, an outrageous figure that was still being maintained. If those two had properly thought things through and said, let's play this match safe, I would have been able to avoid this. Relay my complaint to them. Comments, your team wasn't aiming for anything but 1st place, you know. Comments, that's too much lol. Comments, how blinded by prize money are you guys lol. Comments, you're getting the meat prize anyway, just sell that. Everyone could clearly tell he was joking, but Oni-chan still made sure to push that toxic persona while throwing in a little reaction to the comments. That meat comment helped. Actually, I want everyone to know. Does anyone here know when the premium meat for the most kills award will be delivered? Comments, probably depends on when you submit the claim. Comments, I think someone said about a month later. Comments, man, premium meat sounds nice. Comments, you gotta tell Imauto-chan about it lol. I see, so about a month huh? Thanks. With this many viewers, there were bound to be some watching his stream for the first time. He had made it a firm rule for himself to never bring up anything about his little sister. So focused on that single rule, he ended up speaking before even checking the comment he normally would have ignored. What's this talk about Amim Toto stuff? I don't even have any connection with them. Comments, Comments, he finally said it. Comments, the spam's gonna be hell now. Comments, honestly amazed, he managed to dodge it until now lol. It was at that very moment. The once peaceful comment section began to take on an ominous tone. He didn't fully grasp what was going on, but from the flow of comments, there was one thing he could say for sure. He messed up. Regret twisted his face into a grimace, but having once experienced a truly catastrophic streaming incident, he knew this much. Running away wasn't an option. A half-hearted response would only lead to more speculation and lingering consequences. He couldn't turn back time, so if he wanted to keep the damage minimal, there was only one thing to do. Yeah, I get it. If there are people who really want me to talk about it, fine. So, hurry up and give me the details already. Comments, some annoying guy had to stir this up. Comments, you're too nice, seriously. Comments, it's honestly such a dumb thing. Comments, hi. Even as cold sweat trickled down his face, the viewers seemed to rally behind him, while he was inwardly waiting with his heart pounding. The details came through. So apparently, Amame Todo got taken down by me in 3 of the 5 matches, even though I'm usually disliked by everyone. She never managed to get revenge, and even contributed to me getting the most kills award. Because of that, her fans and maybe even my haters started attacking her. Even though Amame Todo apologized, the comment section kept flaming her. Now we're here. What the hell is that? Are you serious? That's way too stupid. Comments, for real. Comments, the ones flaming her are the weird ones. Comments, why are they so serious at such a casual event lol? Comments, honestly just feels bad for her. He couldn't be sure if every single word in the message was accurate. There was probably some exaggeration involved, but judging from the tone in the comments, it was mostly true. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. I don't care what anyone says, but it's honestly so lame to bash someone who's been trying their hardest. It's seriously pathetic. If you have that much time to attack people, just go to bed, you idiots. Comments, he straight up said it. Comments, he's kind of pissed off lol. Comments, this is probably the best moment out of him today. Comments, this is only gonna make the haters more active. It wasn't just someone else's problem, and that made him genuinely upset. He got too carried away with his feelings and was aware that his response might have come off as unpleasant, which made him nervous about the reactions. Unable to see the comment section on his secondary monitor, Oni-chan stretched his neck, trying to calm down as he spoke. Anyway, no kidding, this really put a damper on things. This can't be the way it ends, so someone, give me a closing topic. Despite asking for a big favor, he still couldn't look at the comments. He felt a little embarrassed and decided to let the situation from earlier calm down for a bit. After a few dozen seconds, he finally worked up the courage to check the second monitor, and just at the right moment, he found it. Oh, nice, this is perfect. All right then. Let me wrap things up by talking about my school days, which I kind of left unfinished. Comments, a lot of no's there. Comments, yay. Comments, is this about the turning point for the loner? Comments, I've actually been wanting to hear this for a while lol. It had been a while since he started thinking about it, but he had prepared well enough to remember the details of the story. Well, here it is. To sum it up, even when things get tough, you can always bounce back, and there will always be people who will help you. So for those of you in that situation right now, keep a positive mindset and keep moving forward. If a guy like me can turn things around, there's no doubt about it. Comments, kind of feels like the story connects, but also doesn't, Comments, well, I feel better just hearing it. Yeah. Comments, a guy like me, you're actually such a good guy, Comments, if you keep putting yourself down, Imauto-chan's gonna come yell at you, you know. Being complimented out of nowhere made him feel embarrassed. When his sister was brought into the conversation, he couldn't find the words. He quickly thought of the perfect way to handle this. All right. Anyway, I'm wrapping up the stream now. You guys go watch Aya and the others after-party stream. Thanks for today, see ya. The viewers, sharp as ever, noticed everything. Before any teasing comments about being embarrassed could come in, Haruto quickly ends the stream. After confirming that the stream had properly ended, Haruto immediately leaves the game room. Once the stream was over, there was something he had been eager to tell someone. He heads straight to the living room, where the light was on, knowing that the person he wanted to talk to would be there. What? As usual, Yuno was studying while listening to the sound of the TV. Haruto quickly gives her his report. Hey, guess what? In about a month, high-quality meat will be delivered, so look forward to it. High-quality meat? Oh, the roulette thing where it spins and you win. That's a scam, you know. It's rigged so everyone wins. No, it's not that. It's because I did well in a game and earned it as a reward. Haruto firmly explained to Yuno. who had furrowed her brows and shown a clear aura of caution. So, it's like a campaign or something. Yeah, that's right. There's no need to transfer any money, and it's with a legitimate company, so it's totally safe. I see. Well, now I feel a little better. I just know you'd totally fall for something like that, Oni-chan. Once her weariness was lifted, Yuno finally smiled. Then when the meat arrives, I'll make sukiyaki. It's Oni-chan's favorite, right? Really? Then please add tofu too. I'll make sure to add it once it actually arrives. Thanks, and I'll update you on the details as soon as I know them. Okay. Having finished reporting everything properly, Haruto grabbed the door handle. All right, sorry for interrupting your studying. I'm gonna take a bath now that the stream's over. Good job staying up so late. Don't drown in there, okay? It'd be a disaster if you slipped and hit your head. Hey, there's no way that's happening. Oni-chan, you always mess something up when you're in a good mood. That's just how you are. What do I have to do to earn more of your trust, you? No matter how hard you try, it's impossible. Really, no matter what? No matter what? Why? Because there's no way you can stop making me worry. That day, Haruto had reached his first ever 25,000 concurrent viewers, but as always, Yuno couldn't stop worrying about him. Epilogue, all right then, to the success of the Ebb Festival, or something like that, cheers. Cheers. Ahaha, cheers. It was Saturday evening, a few days after the Ebb Festival had ended, inside an apartment in the high-rise tower where Rina lived. With a stylish ceiling light adorned with multiple bulbs and decorations, indirect lighting running along the four corners of the spacious ceiling, and a luxurious floor lamp. The entire spacious living room was brightly lit. Haruto and Aya had been invited to Rina's home. Seated at a dining table lined with a lavish spread of homemade dishes, they had begun their little after-party. If there's any leftovers, I'm tossing them, so both of you eat until you're stuffed, okay? Okay. Thanks for the food. Thank you very much, itadakimasu. She probably didn't really need to throw anything away, they could have just refrigerated or frozen it. But by saying that, she was clearly trying to keep them from holding back. It seemed that Aya understood Rina's intent as well. Grateful for the thoughtfulness, she put her hands together in thanks and began eating, trying to hide the nervousness of being in Rina's home for the first time. And so, as their stomachs filled, the three of them continued chatting for about 20 minutes. The topic eventually shifted to the Ebb Festival. By the way, I heard Oni-chan had over 25,000 concurrent viewers that day. Wah, 25,000 people. Haha, it was just for that day though. To pull that off with 250,000 channel subscribers. That's amazing. It really is super impressive. Wait, that means our record for highest concurrent viewers got beaten. Rina had a genuinely congratulatory expression. From Aya, there were also congratulations, followed by a more complicated expression, perhaps because she suddenly remembered they were rivals. Thanks to both of them, Haruto bowed his head with a smile in return. Nene, how did it feel to gather that many people? It was incredibly scary, the viewer count was more than 3 times my usual streams. Having so many people watch him was something every streamer would dream of. If asked whether it made him happy or not, of course it made him happy. But the moment he saw that unprecedented viewer count, his reaction had been exactly as he described. That's when you've got to flip the switch and get excited. Excitement keeps things entertaining. Yeah, that was a bit much for someone like me who's not used to it. Rina's point made sense. If he'd been able to shift his mindset back then, he probably wouldn't have ended the stream so quickly. He could have kept the energy going with his talk. He might have even pushed the viewer count a little higher. Fufu, that advice brings back memories. Rina-san told me the exact same thing once. I remember that too. And your comeback was, Rina-san's sense of things is weird. Wah, don't tell me you're still holding a grudge. Who knows? If you think so, Aki, maybe eating more might help you make it out alive. Why yes ma'am. From Rina's choice of words, it was clear she wasn't actually holding a grudge. But Aya, fearing the slightest possibility, quickly started scarfing down the side dishes on her small plate. Watching her do so, Rina quietly smiled, and when Haruto looked at her, their eyes met right away. What are you looking at, Haruto-san? Did you want to make some sort of comment? Haha, not at all. Then it's fine. Rina showed a hint of embarrassment, for just a moment before returning to her usual demeanor. She was probably embarrassed to be seen as someone who treated Aya like a little sister and doted on her. Oh, right. This is a complete change of topic, but a gift arrived for you from my owner. I'll give it to you before I forget. Huh, for me. Wait, when you say your owner, you mean that Chiho owner? Yup, from that Chiho-san. Really? Unless someone belonged to that team, they likely wouldn't know the name of the gaming team's owner. But she was a public figure who often appeared in the media, and each time she did, people on social media would make a fuss about her being a beautiful owner. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was the most well-known gaming team owner. How do I put this? I really don't recall doing anything that would deserve a gift from the owner. She said, thanks for bringing excitement to the game. The team didn't place, but it seems the owner was still satisfied. Just for that. Well, just that is already a big deal, right? Helping boost hype isn't easy. Our owner's the type who really gets that kind of thing. As Haruto reacted in surprise, Rina grinned and stood up. She quickly walked out into the hallway and returned shortly after. In her hand was a glossy paper bag. Here you go, make sure you bring it all the way home with you. Rina-san and I already got ours, so no need to hold back, Haruto-kun. Then, I'll gladly accept it. I'm really happy. Aya, having just emptied her mouth, smiled warmly to back him up, which made it a little easier for him to accept what clearly looked like something expensive. If you could let Chiho owner know how grateful I am, I'd really appreciate it. Got it, I'll be sure to pass that along for you. Please do. After bowing his head once more, he took a peek inside the paper bag. Inside was a large box, the kind typically used for sweets. And then, there was also a rectangular box, like the kind used for gift cards. Haruto was curious what kind of item Chiho owner had chosen, but he decided to save that surprise for later. He set the paper bag down on the carpet, deciding to enjoy the after-party for now. By the way, I also got a message from one of my friends for you, Haruto-san. Cha. You know Amimtoto-chan, right? She participated in the EB Festival, the illustrator and Vtuber. Well, this might not be the best way to put it, but she was the one getting criticized for her performance, right? I actually got a few comments about it on my end too. That kind of thing happened. Seems so. I only found out because Toto-chan contacted me. I didn't hear all the details, but apparently you stood up for her in various ways. Well, I didn't exactly intend to stand up for her or anything like that. It wasn't that he was trying to hide his embarrassment. He had simply gotten irritated and said what he truly felt, that the lamest thing is to criticize someone who gave it their all, which ended up sounding like he was defending her. I think that really meant a lot to Toto-chan. She could tell you weren't saying it with any ulterior motive. Haruto was caught off guard by the unexpected perspective. Anyway, it sounds like she wants to thank you personally, but she's a bit hesitant because of Oni-chan's character. She's worried that following you on Twitter or reaching out might cause issues for you. Would it be okay with you if she did? I really feel bad about that, of course. There's no problem at all with a follow or anything like that. Honestly, I should be the one thanking her. Got it, I'll let her know that too. He hadn't interacted with her before. He didn't know much about her either, but her thoughtfulness left a good impression. It made sense, she was Rina's friend after all. If you could also tell her to feel free to contact me, that'd help. Okay. Rina formed a circle with her thumb and index finger, and Haruto nodded in return, just as the conversation wrapped up. That's when they noticed Aya exuding a sulky aura. Yaki, you're looking a little grumpy, aren't you? That's not true at all. Haruto-sen being nice to everyone has made Yaki pout. I don't think I am. I wasn't sulking or anything. I'm just kidding. More importantly, both of you are not going home until you eat a lot more, okay? As they both protested at the same time, Rina smiled and pushed a large platter of side dishes closer to Haruto and Aya. The after-party lasted 3 hours. It was wrapped in a cheerful, lively atmosphere the entire time. And when the after-party finally came to an end, a follow notification from Amimtoto, who had over 1 million followers on Twitter, arrived on Oni-chan's account. End of Volume 3.